So, yeah, anyway. Today is the short-ish stream day. We did get a new Dwarf Fortress news out this morning. But it's going to be a short-ish stream today because I have a thing I got to pick up at 5. So I basically have to end the stream at 5. So we have 7 hours to stream. Which is good because, you know, I was just away for a week and I'm still kind of like crinkly from getting very, very tanned very, very quickly over a very, very short period of time. And so you got to build that stamina back up after taking a break. I think it's just a more aggressive version of Rumor Monger. Something like that. Anyway, so I'm going to click this. Which enables my recording and makes my face disappear. And we're going to play some Dwarf Fortress. If anybody's wondering, I was in Montreal for the week. I was at the Formula 1 weekend in Montreal, which is a very fun excuse to hang out with some friends, eat a lot of food, and drink beer, and mixed drinks, and wander around a city, and look at, like, supercars in the streets randomly, which is always entertaining. So, it was fun. It was a good time. I recommend it. It's not as expensive as people think it is, and yeah, it's basically just like a horizontal air show. It's like going to a Formula 1 race is like going to an air show, but they don't take off. And if they do, something is very wrong. And hopefully nobody dies. Although the one death that was confirmed over the weekend was, unfortunately, a groundhog got hit by a Ferrari. Fortunately, Ferraris are red, so nobody noticed until after the race. Yeah. And there was a Williams car that just kind of like flew apart during qualifying, which caused a red flag to come out, and then they repaired his car, sent him back out, and he qualified, which is... Didn't even know it hit him. Hey, at least it was over quickly. It's probably less traumatic than getting picked up by an eagle, and that's practically why they exist. It wasn't that during Groundhog's Day. No. What Michelin is to fast food. Formula 1 is to NASCAR what Michelin is to fast food. Although I would say NASCAR is probably better racing a lot of the time, but... I mean, there was that one guy that flipped like 16 times or something in that one NASCAR race relatively recently. Or that guy who just accelerated along the wall and did the video game thing and it worked. And it was so effective that they banned it. It's like, I'm just gonna take my hands off the wheel and hold down the gas and pray. I guess the thing is, like, if you bash a NASCAR into a wall, you're fine. You just bounce and spin. Whereas, like, in a Formula 1 car, the car literally just, like, falls apart. So you kind of, gotta be a little careful. 5 figures in damages. One of my favorite things was learning that the steering wheels for Formula 1 cars cost about $150,000. And watching, who was it? It was one of the Haas drivers from a couple years ago. It was either Grosjean or K-Mag. Kevin Magnussen. One of the two of them got out of the car after crashing, pulled the steering wheel off, and threw it at the wall. It's like, whoa. Like, that's a lot of money, man. Like, that would make me default on my mortgage. That's a lot of money. Hello, Don Joe TV. It's good to see you. No neon orange Ferraris? They haven't been orange since, like, the 80s. Although they were, like, yellowy for one race recently. Just for the historical factor. Just waiting for this ad break to play, and then we'll start up. We'll get in properly. But Twitch chat, just as a reminder, we are streaming on 2 platforms. I do respond to the Twitch chat quicker. But if you would like to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, here's a link to the YouTube channel, and you can, lurk or leave a like or both. And... of course, if you want quicker responses, I do recommend watching here on Twitch. And to the folks on the YouTube side of things, here's a link to the Twitch stream for the same reasons. If you would like to support the Twitch stream, you can lurk in a separate tab. That's cool. Otherwise, it's there if you want it. Grown man literally throwing his controller. It's funnier, well, it's less mature when it's a controller, though. Although, then again, I have seen clips of people throwing, like, those $200 controllers at a wall. Or, like, I saw a video of a guy flipping a table with a fight stick on it once, and those are, like, $400. I guess that's kind of the video game equivalent. Nimlark, thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. Das Zam. Thank you very much for the Prime. Brand new. Well, I mean, it's the reason that, like, the drivers get so hot-headed. Like, there's this one pretty good clip from earlier this year, Tibe, where George passes somebody in a spot where he's not supposed to, states he's going to take the penalty because the driver in front of Albon, who was in front of him, was driving, quote-unquote, erratically and in an unsafe manner, took the penalty and ended up placing way further back than he would have otherwise. And they literally gave him the penalty because he stated, I'm going to take the penalty. They're like, well, he did it intentionally, so. Anyway, and then, like, later that day, after people were like, wow, that was some drama between Albon and Russell, and it's just, like, a photo of them out to dinner, and Albon paid the bill. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the shit that they say when they're going at 200 miles an hour is not entirely reflective of actual opinions of other people. Max, on the other hand, I don't trust. Max just seems violent. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. Was it this one? SKULLPONDERS, there it is. That was the top one. So it's the year 1081. It's been 6 years since we reclaimed the fortress. I can't remember what the population is like, but we gotta figure that out. I got 2 dwarves to name, one for Darius, because I want to know if Darius still has a dwarf named Darius. If Darius doesn't have a dwarf named Darius, I will name a door Darius or something. And then we got another one, which I need to name, which was a little further up. So we'll do that one first. Scrolling until I find it in my list here. Knickknack wants me to name a dwarf Paddywhack, and it makes sense now that I read their username. All right, so we have very little population. There is a... Right, yeah, no, you're stuck there. That's fine. Emperor Iron is throwing a tantrum. And let's see, does Darius have a dwarf? Darius does not have a dwarf. Darius, what kind of dwarf would you like? Paddywhack, though, needs to be a dwarf. Chat, what kind of job do you think a dwarf named Paddywhack would be doing? Well, I knew that much, Darius. Do I have a hammerer that isn't named? I don't. I do have a pump operator. That or maybe a butcher? We could go with Kogan and name her Paddywhack. That could work. You'll take the pump operator? Well, sorry, this person came first in the list, and I don't think they're here anymore. So we have to name this one first, and if I decide to give this person the pump operator, then I do what I want. I mean, sure, you can have the pump operator, that's fine. I think Butcher the Paddywhack. That's a good ring to it. Paddywhack. Where does that term come from? I know it from the nursery rhyme, but that's it. Haim Coast is... Okay. Here we go. Is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for even the most basic rules of civilized living, is gripped by crippling shyness and never fails to seek out even the most stressful and even dangerous situations, is very slow to anger and is confident under pressure, is slow to trust others and often is cheerful, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this, since she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She has a sense of duty and often feels lustful, generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She has a greedy streak and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about much. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that peace is preferable to war. And, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. She sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish, and sees introspection as important, and values honesty and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. And dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes jet and black bronze and rock crystal, as well as the sound of the velvety incense and the sight of the velvet of meadows, and when possible, prefers to consume turnip and hazelnuts, and probably likes red velvet cake, and hates bats. She is friends with Lorbam the Miner, and friends with a crafts dwarf. She's a member of the Sepia Faith, and is a member of the Guild of Fog, which is the Farmers Guild. Sepia Faith worships Mostib, who, I don't know who that is. Jewels, wealth, and trade. Okay. Okay. It was as lovely as it could be. It was nice. I mean, it wasn't the most relaxing vacation, but it was definitely a break, you know? Very much a break. So Pompops. Pompey McDarius. Oopsies. Pompey McDarius is now plank praise. You really liked when planking was in, okay? I don't know. What does it mean, enemy? Accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has a very calm demeanor and enjoys being in crowds. He is often cheerful, and he is stubborn and tends to not reveal personal information. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he finds himself quite hopeful about the future. He has a greedy streak, and he lives a fast-paced life. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. So why are you asking me, enemy? He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Is offended by leisure time and leisurely living, and deeply respects skill at arms, and values sacrifice, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. He likes Sylvite and Electrum and Indigo Tourmaline, as well as llama wool, waves, and crossbows, and dogs for their loyalty, and the words of the silken, watchful amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume nautilus, parsnip wine, and hates oysters. Also worships the same god, Mustib, and, continues to live in this fortress. Welcome back, chat, to SKULLPONDERS, a fortress that I actually forgot the name of. I might need to go eat something in a second here, actually, but we'll see. I mean, okay. I mean, I can see that. I'll put it this way. I don't want to, be a bricklayer or, work in construction or do physical labor, but I'll sit in an office and, type on a computer. That's fine with me. It's I want to be busy, but I don't want to, have to jump out of the way of a forklift twice a day, So now I'm just going to quickly run through. Just make sure that there isn't a bunch of dead, like this dwarves, that are taking up the bedrooms still. By the way, I did tell Tarn about this dead dwarves taking up bedrooms problem. And his response was quite funny. It was literally just, well, I guess it's time to start dropping ceilings on the homeowners. Which sounds like an act of protest in its own right. Truly. So, for whatever that's worth, if you didn't know, Tarn is now dropping houses on the homeowners. Or ceilings on the homeowners, I guess. Already have a dining room. I'll just keep those away. For right now, I'll manage these later. Just trying to get bedrooms sorted for now. Right. I also have a prison over here, and this dwarf is humiliated after being confined. Sucks to be you, dwarf. Keep on running into this problem of, like, are you naked, or do you just look naked with clothes on because of your skin tone and the color of clothing that you happen to wear because of your job? Usually it's they're not naked, but usually, not always. All right, let's get rid of these. Done. Am I going crazy, or weren't you here like 25 minutes ago? Undeath lol. Anyway, hello, Undeath. It's good to see you. I might just be going crazy. I don't know why, but I swear that I saw you in the chat earlier. And it is good to be back. I will say that. So speaking of roofs that need raising, who else has forgotten exactly what's going on in this fort? Because I certainly have. We're draining a bunch of water. That's intended. And the reason I'm draining a bunch of water is, well, I need to get rid of this moat. It keeps drowning people, and frankly, it's more annoying than it's worth. So I'm in the process of getting rid of this moat. We got attacked by a forgotten beast that burned a lot of people, which was kind of terrible. And we're also in the beginning process of building down here. Now, this right here goes pretty far down. And by pretty far down, I mean like really far down. It goes all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to here. Now, this layer is still draining, as it bloody well should be. And as I go further down through here, this is where it's draining to, out through this sidewall. So it's still got a few more layers here to drain, but as it goes down slowly and off the map, it allows us to be able to drain the lava sea. Now, you're going to have to work with me here for a second. And in fact, I might just do this to try and like visually describe this a little bit. Essentially, we are draining the lava sea. And I'm using these pumps down here and various other pumps around to remove lava from the areas that are not connected to the edge of the map, which refill. So those upper areas will not refill, it seems. So I've actually drained quite a lot of it already, but we've got a lot more to do first. I mean, that moat was an unintended accidental moat. I did not actually mean to build a moat there. I just kind of oops, and then suddenly I had a moat there. It wasn't exactly what I would describe as intentional. So, you know, we're also doing some other shenanigans down here, like we are wiring this pump over here up to this so that I can pump water out of here and into the lava sea, which is probably going to be the first project that we do today. So we're going to start casting the lava sea. So if you are an actor that would like to play the role of the lava sea in this film, I would like to see your performance. You have 25 minutes to perfect your routine. Please don't raise me to the level of Lord and Savior, Cryptic. A guy who knows too much about Dwarf Fortress has returned. I will take that title. That's a title I can roll with. Genobi, hello. You cast Magic Missile for Lava Sea? I'd Lava Sea that, so I guess it works. Oh, you were asking Tibbe and then you Googled it yourself. Gotcha. I missed the part where you were asking Tibbe. But this is the portion that we have drained so far. So as you can see up here, all of this has been drained. We're also doing some digging over here, which is where I'm going to pump some water in, probably. Or alternatively, this is... Actually, this might just be an area that I'm... Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to channel across this and just let it flow, I think is what I'm going to do. So that it can all drain from up here and then down into here. So that'll be fine. They're working on that. But yeah, essentially it's spilling down through here. And so this area is all draining slowly. And is being pumped out over here as well with our automated pumps, which is filling, but not until down here. So we do actually have quite a bit of space where we can, in theory, pump all this out. I mean, don't give me all the credit. You did the gameplay, Cypher. You did all the gameplay. I just gave you the tools. So, that's the plan for today, but this is what I was going to do. Let's see if this works. It didn't work the last time I did this. No, it's just... There's something about stone sets. Yeah, I don't know. Stone Sense has been rickety for me as of late, it turns out. So let's see. Do I have any beasts around that I'm not aware of? Okay, well, you're here, but you're also pretty far away, so that's good. So the fortress is a little bit laggy with what I would say should be for obvious reasons. This is powered over here, which is going all the way up, 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 all the way up to here, which will then go along this and then down into here, which is going to seal all this off so that I can go further that way. But also it's going to go, I actually don't know where I have this planned to go. I probably had somewhere. I probably had somewhere for this where it's supposed to go, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, did I really? What the fuck was I doing with this? I think my plan was to seal this off, realistically, which would seal all this off. But I don't know why I would do that. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's lovely. Did I open the front doors? Front doors is open. Sweet. Well, that's good. Lava, the short film produced by Pixar? Pixar made a movie called Lava? Well, I mean, I was saying this would be Magma Sea, but... I think actually I'm going to pull this up one additional layer. Like maybe to up here. That, or we'll just do this. Because this would make a lot more sense, honestly. And also there's this down here, which is just kind of a mess. Because I found all of these gems down here. So we're just digging around it. Yeah, we'll just do this. Okay, so let's just dig up to about here and just go over this side. We'll just pump some water in here and we'll begin casting. We're going to have to move this around a bunch, so might as well get to it. We can watch this dwarf run through the whole fort. Just looking at my audio and realizing that there's something a little weird about my audio. None of you will ever notice this, but there's like something, one thing's been compressed. Like OBS has changed in the time I've been gone. 1987 film Volcano. Ah, is that like all of the various different volcano eruption movies? I didn't go to the Bahamas. I have zero intention of ever going to the Bahamas. So, next guess on what I did on my vacation. That would require me leaving the country. To hell with that. It was one of the short films they do with their features. Oh, it was before Inside Out? Yeah, I don't know. I remember like the earlier eras of their short films, but there's just like a certain point with a lot of Pixar stuff where it's just lost on me. It's just completely lost on me. But yeah, I like the Pixar short films. I will forever look at lamps, like those kind of spring-loaded lamps, differently thanks to Pixar. Like, I can't look at them just as like plain old lamps, you know what I mean? I'm sure that like the same thing goes for a lot of people with that, where it's like, it's really difficult to look at lamps as just plain old lamps. How you been though, Shinobi? Good to see you, man. Same with you, Deep Sea Fishing. And Emperor was struck down because Emperor went berserk. I guess that dwarf has been slowly going insane for a while, so I'm kind of not surprised. Squizzly, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Means a lot. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Squizzly? Keeping that sub alive for a 4th month. It's good to have you back. Sorry, Iron. You did want to be in the military, and I gave you somebody in the military, and they weren't happy. That dwarf has been tantruming and like flipping in and out of insanity for a while. Although we are up to 84 dwarves now, which is a good thing. I also need to clear out a lot of livestock, I think. Also, I need to get down into the caverns. There's a lot of shit we gotta do. But apologies, Emperor. Happens to the best of us. You booked blacksmithing classes. Ooh. Is there any like stated thing that you're going to be able to make from these classes, or is it just like just a general creative thing? Well, I guess you get a Viking funeral. I guess I should remove dwarves from the lava bathing. Should probably do that. Didn't even get like a proper coffin. I could have disabled that, but eh. Like I said, happens to the best of us. Named dwarves in this fort, which is something I should do, are currently... I hate this stupid fucking thing. I do have to go eat something. Bunny, with an I. Sideburns. Paddywhack. A lot of dwarves died, as you may notice. Bismuth, Hippo. Humpy McDarius. Lanix. Snail. Giant Slayer, who killed a giant. Surprise. And Bonesaw. That's everybody. And I'm going to follow a dwarf who be digging. And I will be back in a moment, because my body is telling me I'm about to die.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything.
I made it back in one piece, I think. Most of my pieces are still here, I presume.
Stop eating ketchup.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that is exactly what it is. I've been doing that for years at this point. Might be effective. It's very effective. The Creed of Cobalt has many worshippers and SKULLPONDERS, and this location now requires a temple complex and high priest. Well, that's what we need, is our temples to be more complex, I presume. So let's just get this running. Once, you know, this drains down a little bit more, we will then release it. I kind of want this whole area to be, this whole level to be cleared out. So it's got a bit more of the draining to do. And down here, this is also draining. So we can also then go over here and do this. Cut all that out. And we'll also do this. And we're just going to slowly cut our way through all of these. It won't matter for the lava backsplash in this case because, where are we? We're on layer 31 and the lava is on layer minus 56, minus 57. So like, we don't really need to, lava not going to splash back that high. But yes, no, often you would need to worry about that. It's the Copper Coven. The Creed of Cobalt. So we've lost our Sacred Diamond, who died. Let's give it to, I don't know, Lorbam, the miner. But this requires a higher value, quite a bit higher value. Do I even have a bookkeeper right now? I do. Lanix is my bookkeeper. What do I have for tables? I've got a gold throne. All right, well, let's throw that in there. Keep building after placement, please. Let's throw in the hematite throne as well. Let's go tables. Don't have any tables. Well, that's fun. How about statues? I must have statues. I do. I have 2 gold statues. Let's throw those in. Let's also then go up here and do a bunch of engraving. Yeah, congrats to Lorbam, indeed. And they're about to get a promotion as well, because they're going to need a subordinate. Do I have one of these? I do. Would you look at that? Magical. How convenient. And also, because I just have piles of it, why don't we actually cancel this and do something like some gold, as one does. As one does. It'll be lovely. Everybody will love it. Same fort from a couple of weeks ago? Yeah. Still playing. Still SKULLPONDERS. I like to think I'm pretty tame, YouTube chat. I'll have you know I put the toilet seat down after peeing. That's how you know that I'm tame. How to make a closed loop minecart track? If you get it going fast enough, you can use like the minecart shotgun techniques to launch it through fortifications, which is pretty close loop. Couldn't you just set it to dump at a low threshold? Doesn't matter if the item is heavy. Like, it really doesn't matter if the item is heavy, it's just it's an irrelevant idea at that point. Because like if the lava is only 1 layer down and the item that you're dumping in there is really heavy, it's going to kill the dwarf regardless. But also, you kind of don't want to set it to dump at a really low threshold, because then you have to tell them to push it or kick it or whatever. And if it's, like, the way I have it set is it's just sitting on a track stop, so they load it in and the item immediately dumps out. Basically, like, the same way you would set up a, it's set up the same way you would set up a quantum stockpile, essentially. So it wouldn't be a concern? I mean, it's a concern the literal second the creature can fly, right? That's just kind of a given, but... I mean, if you want it to be, like, entirely sealed, you have to be creative. The dwarves must surely be happy. No, it's just their standards go up. Like, really? They're never truly happy. It's just their standards go up. Glumpy Black Sheep. We're in an ad break, so I'm pausing the game. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Well, I don't take orders from no god. And just because you think you're a god doesn't make you a god. YouTube chat. Oh, they're telling the story of how in the year 137, Cadwal, their god, cursed the dwarf vampire Moma's swim lancers to prowl the night in search of blood in trade drums. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting over that initial knowledge bump, and once you make it past it, this game becomes shockingly simple. Lumpy Black Sheep. But happy to help. Sounds like a lovely bedtime story for all the children to hear. I need a lot of value, don't I? Because these are like 1,000 each. Okay, well, I also need to make a Boyer's shop, I think. Gold table. Gold throne. Gold. Kind of should just make gold barrels, shouldn't I? Let's make gold bookcases. Let's just make 50 of each of these. And 100 of each of the tables. Because I've got so much shit, man. Because I've got so much gold. All right. We'll surely be able to satisfy them with that. As we jump back down here. Let's see what my Dwarfs is digging at the moment. It's good to be back, Dadrick. I don't like gold wheelbarrows, even though they're neat in, like, concept. The reason I don't like them is they... Oh, you just changed your intellectual values. Even though your clothing has since been replaced, but... He tends to avoid crowds and has little interest in joking around, which is less extreme after wearing old clothing. Huh. No, they have to physically carry them to the stockpile before they can push them. And because of that, I don't like them to be gold. I've done it before, but I find that it's great until somebody like cancels a hauling job with a wheelbarrow and then leaves it full of boulders, and then it gets assigned to a new stockpile, and then they have to physically carry it with 6 boulders in it. It's kind of... I don't mind copper wheelbarrows, though. But yeah, they're just kind of heavy. That is a long time ago, yeah. But I think we're going to be playing in this world at the very least until the next major patch hits. If not in this fort, then in the next fort. But... And then whenever they release that ranged dwarfs, I don't know, AI or pathing changes or behavioral changes is probably the term that we should use. NPC behavior changes, I will, at that point, pretty much certain I will just make a new fort. Featherwood is pretty good, but honestly, all wood is fine when it comes to wheelbarrows. Wood is just a good material for wheelbarrows. That are like one of the lighter metals. Now, if you want to make gaudy, overvalued wheelbarrows, I will listen to your plea if we start talking about adamantine wheelbarrows. That I would consider that. I'm not going to say that's a good idea, but I could see the argument. I could indeed see the argument. So, YouTube folks, I'm going to throw a goal at the top of the YouTube stream because YouTube has been recommending my streams on YouTube less recently. So the fact that YouTube has been doing that results in me having to beg you guys for money. But don't feel that you actually need to give me money. Just simply ignore everything Jesus says and chat accordingly, and YouTube will recommend this stream more. Or, you know, just post the occasional round of beers like the Twitch chat does. So, chat, what games have you guys been playing recently? A lot of stuff has been releasing, it seems like. Some stuff that's released recently, I kind of want to play on my own time, actually. It's pretty rare that happens. Project Zomboid. Oh, hello. How was the Zomboid project? I like to start new projects instead of sticking to the old one every time, but, you know, hey. Currently, my project is draining the lava sea. And waiting for Tarn to finish his project and update the video game. As it goes. But, you got chickens? They have chickens in Project Zomboid? Or wait, do you have chickens in real life? I haven't looked at a project of Zomboid in a very long time. Is it any good? Is it worth looking at? If you guys don't know Russ streams a variety of interesting video games and is worth giving a follow. Chickens and Zomboid. Did they add chickens to Zomboid? Or is Zomboid or is this like a very modded playthrough of Zomboid? If it's not obvious, I don't follow anything that they're doing with that game. Cows, sheep, and pigs. Huh, maybe I need to actually play Zomboid again. It's funny, because like I find that game to be like intolerably boring. Where did I put my forges? Like genuinely, like I find Project Zomboid to be one of the least interesting video games I've ever played. It's fun as like a co-op experience for a bit, but actually playing that game is like mind-numbingly dull. Well, it's not even like a sandbox to make your own goal. It's like, what is the goal? Don't die, kill zombie. Like, okay, cool. Speaking of Stellar Blade and games that look terrible in a good way, because YouTube chat said the Clem has been playing Stellar Blade. I like that we're getting back to an era of video game development where people are just making bad-looking good video games. Like, there's this game that's been in development that just showed a bunch of stuff after the recent, like, you know, games press events, called Spine. Spine. Yeah, but at least Kenshi has shit to do, right? Like, there's stuff you can do in Kenshi. Like, in Project Zomboid, it's just make skill number go up and make game easier. And like, there's never been enough variety in Zomboid for me to really stick with it. But anyway, there's this game called Spine, and the people working on it have described it as they were inspired by Wet. And if you're one of the psychopaths that played Wet, I'm sorry, but I had a friend who owned Wet, so I played Wet. Wet isn't good. It's not a good video game. But I'm glad that we're getting back to that kind of video game development where somebody just kind of has an idea and they're like, it's not going to be that expensive to make this thing. What if we made a dumb thing? And that's fun, and I like that. Base Elden Ring. Is there another version of Elden Ring? Pardon my ignorance. Yeah, Void War. I recall Void War. Is Void War any good? Or was the demo any good, I guess? I'm very excited for that remake of Doom the Roguelike, but that's not out for like another month or something. Well, okay, so hold on a second. Night Rain is what if you made a PvE Battle Royale-ish thing out of Elden Ring. Oh, somebody died to a ghost. Whereas, isn't Elden Ring still Elden Ring and Night Ring is called Night Ring? So if you say, I'm playing Elden Ring, I'm never going to presume you're playing Night Ring. Night Rain. Fuck. Help. This is a... I mean, it's a standalone thing. Night Rain is. I'm just going to start calling it Night Ring and confuse people. This is going to be a good time. Where's this? You've been found dead, contorted in fear. By whomst? Nil, probably. A murderous ghost. This spirit has not been properly... Thank you. Also have another one I gotta place. Kind of seems like something real bad happened there that I missed. Well, I'm sorry, Nil, that you had to, you know, be so upset like that. Wait, they didn't put the cannons back into Night Rain? Well, it's definitely not worth playing then. Only if I can have a hand cannon is it worth playing. Also, I love that, like, FromSoft games are at that point where people have to specify whether or not a game is canon to somebody who doesn't play the games or care at all about them. Like, genuinely, like, I'm just kind of bewildered that you have to say that you're playing base Elden Ring, as if someone would assume that you're playing Night Rain when you say that you're playing Elden Ring. It's good to see you. Trial, how you been? Allegedly, yes, Gumbo. It was a shorter break than... Don't Night Rain, just Blood Rain. I mean, more people should Blood Rain. This is true. And listen to Blood Rain while you're at it. And then, once you're done listening to Blood Rain, you should listen to Rain and Blood, just to confuse even more people. One of those things is a song, the other one is a band. You know, at this point, because I've seen a few Dark Souls lore videos, I'm sure that they're all correct. Like, as in, they're actually doing their due diligence and doing a good job explaining the lore of those videos. But I like to imagine that instead of actually doing their due diligence and doing a good job explaining the lore of those videos, they ain't explaining shit. And are actually just like... How do I put this? All making up a comprehensive headcanon that they've all just kind of, like, agreed upon, and the whole community has just kind of accepted the notion that this is how the headcanon for this franchise works, and that is absolutely the true storyline, and the developers are just sitting there at home going like, y'all have no fucking idea what you're talking about. But at the same time, the entire community and fan base is just, like, agreed that this is right. You know what I'm saying? I don't, but hopefully some of you do. Because I don't know. That would just be so amusing to me. Yeah, exactly. We're all just bullshit and making things... I mean, that's probably what the developers are doing. Just making shit up as they go. And a human caravan has arrived. I've just got bodies I need to bury. Man. Bodies to bury. Dwarves to clean. All this nonsense. Okay, so you go there. Let's jump back up to here. That'll be done soonish. Let's climb up to here. It's gonna take a while, isn't it? Speaking of Kojima, But you see people do that with all kinds of series. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is 90% headcanon, so... Like, there's so many things in Dwarf Fortress that the community has just kind of agreed upon that are all, like, abjectly false. We weren't in the mood for an open-world action game because you had Breath of the Wild, but now it's fun. Oh, that's interesting. You've kind of come back to it. Did some fun stuff happen? So it's been over a week. Is the easy response. Actually, it's been longer than a week because not only did I go on vacation, I also didn't play much Dwarf Fortress the week before I went on vacation. I played some Songs of Six for a bit. So, I don't know. Did some stuff happen? Sure, definitely. I Forgotten Beast set a lot of people on fire. I know that happened. We had some bad sieges go bad. We lost most of my military to that Forgotten Beast. It's been a while. Yes. And I didn't quite have the heart to start a new fort, even though maybe I probably should have. Because then myself and everybody else would have a better idea of what's going on and probably be more interested in the streams at this point. But at the same time, you know, they want amulets and windows. Okay. If you insist. So, you know, I'm just kind of getting back into the swing of things and I was kind of hoping Tarn would patch the game while I was gone so I would have an excuse to make a new world, but instead I'm just going to keep plucking away at this draining of the sea project, and maybe it'll be cool when it's done. What's up, Bubble Page? Seriously. How was my trip? It was okay. Had a good time. Flew to Montreal, saw Formula 1. Cars went fast. It was a good time. Got to hang out with friends, ate good food, drank a lot of drinks, and then flew back, and now I'm still kind of jet lagged. It usually takes me about a week to get back functional after being jet lagged, but still jet lagged. So there's that. I mean, amulets are easy to make, and so are windows, so we'll go with it. We'll roll with it. Well, I mean, they want to purchase it, right? Tibet, you can't purchase a Linux, so Linux is free. So that would make sense. Now, if they requested Android, I think my brain would explode a little bit, so. All right. Got 300-something items to work on. What a mess. Shadow Absorber. Holy shit. Tier 3. Good lord, Shadow. Shadow's been busy, apparently. I see those so infrequently now, like new tier 3 subs, that I don't really know what to do with them. I used to give people custom sound effects for those, but I kind of stopped because it's been so long, and I've kind of like let the perk atrophy a bit to the point where people subscribe at tier 3 and I tell them that they've earned that, and then I remind them, and then I remind them again, and then I remind them again, and then I give up. I don't know what to do now when people subscribe at that tier, but thank you very much for subscribing at tier 3 for 6 months in advance. That's absurd and very kind of you. And in regards to the trip, there's a bunch of photos in the Discord.
For everyone!
Also, no, dwarves are not bleeding. It just started raining, and blood that was on dwarves' clothes is now getting washed off of them. So, no, they are not bleeding. I realize that that is kind of worrisome, but it just started raining is all that's happening. And they're all annoyed when being caught in the rain, as you get sometimes. If you have a trade agreement and you go to civilizations and you hover over your civilization or the civilization that you have the agreement with, I'm always amused by this. The agreement is petty annoyance and death. We offer them death and they offer us petty annoyance. These are the ones I just traded with. So I asked for grizzly bears and they asked for amulets and windows. With my dwarves, they want ash and I want goblin cap logs. Yours never shows there? Well, then either something is wrong or you didn't agree to trade. Just not their request? Did your mayor meet with the diplomat? Does your mayor have an office to meet with the diplomat? Did the diplomacy screen arrive and you go through the clickety buttons? Because if so, then I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know. It's hard to say. There's a lot of variables that could happen there. Like, there are things where I'm very good at just being able to be like, yep, nope, that's probably your problem. And then there are things like this where it's like, I kind of have no idea. So am I. I don't know. I would share your save file in a bug report, maybe? I don't know. That's weird. No idea why. I mean, it only shows okay, so when they arrive on the map, the caravan, like the agreement disappears, so you have to check the agreement before they arrive. That might be the issue. Like, I just made a new agreement with them, so I now have an agreement with them. And I had one before, which disappeared the second they arrived on the map, which I didn't look at, so I don't know what that agreement was. If that, could that be your problem? Potentially? Where, like, even before that, so, like, if you go through all those menus and say, import this thing, and then trading ends, it's not there right after. Okay, then, yeah, then I have no idea. Could it be a resolution problem? What resolution are you playing at? Because there's a chance you might be playing at a resolution where it just doesn't show, but that's the, like, kind of the last idea that I have. Outside of that, I have no idea. I'm just kind of at a loss. Well, yeah, that's why, because they have no opportunity to trade. If they arrive, drop their shit, and leave, and don't do the diplomatic portion, then obviously that's 100% the issue. Where is this water coming from? Where's this water going? Oh, is that supposed to be going downstairs? Okay, no, it is. Duh. I just threw myself off there. That freaked me out a wee bit. I was like, that doesn't look right. But nope, it is right. Yeah, do not play in such a high resolution. Dwarf Fortress kind of starts seeing weird issues at such high res. Also, fun fact, Dwarf Fortress doesn't zoom in and zoom out. It scales the sprites. So this is technically the game running at 8K. This is technically the game running at whatever the lowest resolution it's capable of is. So I wouldn't play at 1440p. And that's not to say you need to scale down your monitor, but just go into your full screen settings and set it to a lower number. Like, I'm actually it's just scaled to my screen, but I would manually scale it to something other than, you know, a higher resolution. Like, I could bump it up to 1920 by 1080, but instead I play at 1600 by 900. And if I bump up the resolution, it changes the scale of the UI and a bunch of other things. So I would try and lower that and see if that, like, visually exposes stuff. Otherwise, that's kind of my last suggestion. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds weird. I don't really know what the solution is. You only have an hour left at work? There you go. Means you're halfway there. Yeah, let's just turn the water on. Let's just seal this off and turn the water on, because why not? Any scholars? Good question. Nope. Any other suggestions? Let's see if I have someone who could be assigned as a scholar. Actually, I'm not going to give you a scholar. You've had a lot of dwarves, and you've had a lot of dwarves of importance. I'm going to give you a bookshelf. Let's share a little bit. This bookshelf is filled with many books, of many book-like varieties and styles and types. This library is the Diamond Tomes and has 146 tomes in it. We currently have no scholars nor scribes because they've all died. And you've had many dwarves of much importance in this fort. And I should get these teeth off the ground. But the top book in here is actually a copy of an introduction to the scroll, which is ironic that it's a book. And it's a well-crafted pigtail choir. Written on the item is an essay entitled Introduction to the Scroll, authored by Kib Melville Vutok. Also, I don't know if this ever went through, but I'm going to shout out Russ Money, because I didn't see one pop up. Go follow Russ. He was playing some Project Zomboid and streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Type the innuendo. Don't be a absolute coward. Type the innuendo. You won't. Lanix is the bookkeeper, so, well, I guess Lanix is also the manager and also the mayor, so maybe Shogun should be the thing again. Bunny, you need a what? Oh, you need a lot of stuff. Turns out. You need a weapon rack and armor stand. Where is your stuff? Your stuff is here. That should satisfy you. And let's jump back up to the library. Well, no, not the library. This room. There we go. We've now satisfied the high priest needs. So the next priest in here is going to go to Einod, the adept counselor. So now we've got the exalted oil, who's Lorbam, and Einod, the sacred diamond. That should satisfy everybody here. The High Priest of the Creed of Cobalt is ready to be recognized from the temple's location menu. We'll satisfy the agreement. Lanix has been re-elected. We have a wereskink still. Surprise. And we've got a fancy gold cabinet. Yeah, no, they get fancy-ish meals on top of everything else. What? Why is there just like some obsidian, or some miasma coming from right here? Odd. Odd. Strange. Okay, so you right here. Go up to here. Got an ad break in 30 seconds. I will pause the game when the ads hit. Okay, so we've got door number 1 and door number 2. Let's follow this dwarf here until they leave. And then we will start the sucker up. Was he the CEO too? I mean, no. So Lanix was the everything because Lanix was the one dwarf who was sane and had some skills and could have done the job when everybody else died. So it was a appointment of necessity, not of I don't know what other word to use. It needed to happen, okay? It was a necessity. But some ads are about to play. And I need to get these deconstructed right here. So when this gets deconstructed, this is going to start pumping water. And then we're going to start sealing off the lava sea. We're going to start casting it. But Lanix, are you the CEO of this fortress? You're probably the best person to ask, frankly. You would know. How does it feel to be the CEO of my fort? We're now in an outbreak. So, Rargoth, you don't have the ability to ask because you are the Mountain Home now. Well, you are in charge of the whole faction, so you can ask any other person that comes to trade with you. So if you request tribute from any other faction, they'll send wagons, and then you can trade with them. You got the queen because somebody died, and you inherited the position. That happens sometimes. It's really funny when it happens, like, on day 4 of a fort, like, very early in a fort. And, yeah, that's kind of all there is to say. You are the capital, so you now trade. That's it. Well, you see, that would imply that dwarves are a business.
You fucking donkey!
I don't think dwarven fortresses are really a business. Your role is as follows. Yet you always ask to be the mayor when you name a dwarf, Lanix. You're always like, is the hammer of it? You always look for a noble. And you self-identify as a donkey. Maybe I should name the donkey Lanix next time is what I should do. It's a very elvish opinion. Hold on, are you implying elves are a business? You do realize that elves lounge around in trees, waiting for the trees to grow them furniture for their trees. That is like, and they tame animals. Like that's the extent of elven society, really. Also, this has been a well-researched and confirmed fact that I'm an elf apologist. I think elves are kind of cool in Dwarf Fortress, actually. But, you know. Oh, come on. Game, you threw off my groove. Let's look at this again. How come? Oh. Well, that explains it. So the top one doesn't have power. Well, that's unfortunate. Thankfully, this is very easy to fix. Also, I have hiccups, apparently. It's basically all elven bards. I gotta stay somewhere, man. I mean, their weapons and armor aren't any good, so... At least not for dwarves. I like trading with elves, too. So Deepfake Studio, who definitely shouldn't be trusted in literally anything that they do, in YouTube chat says, can you build upwards into the sky? What are stairs? I will take walls for 13. 1,300. You construct stairs upwards is how you build up into the sky. What are stairs? Baby, don't hurt me. Well, don't hurt me if you don't roll, and they won't hurt you. They'll only hurt you if you roll. The dwarves will hurt you if you rock, though. Oh, you're destroying that. Wrong destroy building. Okay, so now what I can do is I can channel into this. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Now that isn't an elvish opinion. However, Dadrick did just make a very RimWorld opinion. Stairs sound like fake news. We all know that the world is two-dimensional. Of course, yeah. Don't joke about it like you think that the Earth isn't flat. I take your role and I raise you. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's follow the dwarf. He's going to dig the channel. Yeah, I saw it. It was kind of hard to miss. People have this way of jamming shit in front of my face that I don't really care about in regards to the RimWorld DLC. I won't play it, so it doesn't really affect me. They can't wait to charge more money for more things. I don't know, am I supposed to be excited about it or something? Alright, let's throw these in. And then this will just fire water out. Also running a little low on alcohol. It's always fun to see. Solve that problem pretty quick. Space is a lie. Speaking of space, I was reading a theory recently, and this is like written in a scientific paper and like not confirmed, so take this with a grain of salt. But they're theorizing that we might be inside of a black hole because Flatland is a great book. But they're theorizing we might be inside of a black hole in another universe because there's so many galaxies that are spinning in the same direction, and theoretically that shouldn't be possible. Anyway, you know, just wanted to share some good news. You mean like build upwards? Allow me to show you how to build upwards. And this is why we're being sarcastic like gits about it. You grab stair button, you drag the size of stair that you want, and then you go up the number of levels that you want, and then you click the button and you click yes. That's how you build upwards. Every map has a maximum level that you can build up, just like a maximum level that you can go down. This one can go up 56 and can go down to, well, way lower than that. That's how you build up. And also read Flatland. It's a good book. It's fascinating. I don't know. It's some fun. It's fun listening to people who are infinitely smarter than me speculate. That's something that is genuinely fascinating to me. Yeah, and it just keeps getting more expensive, bootlegger. I found missing mass in the universe that was basically just too dark to observe normally, and the only reason we saw some was because they lit it by a... It was lit by a fast radio burst. No? Yeah, they look fantastic, Tiny Hippo, don't they? Flatland is mathematical cosmic horror. It kind of is, yeah. It's kind of a color out of space thing, isn't it? You build the ceiling and it keeps falling. Okay, so hold on. Are you building next to a bridge? What's causing it? So Dwarf Fortress doesn't have ceilings. That's the first thing. You build stairs, then you build floors, and then around the edge you build, like, are you removing the supports? What do you mean it keeps falling? This seems like a skill issue that I'm trying to decipher. So chat, help me out here. Deepfake Studio in YouTube chat says, let me scroll up to the first thing they said. Can you build upwards in the sky? How do you do that? Question mark. And then I say stairs, and they say, like, okay, I build stairs, but how do I build the ceiling? It keeps falling. Are you, like, removing supports? Because you can't build something without supports for it. Like, the only thing I can think is that you're building next to a bridge, which has no structural integrity, so it will fall. Diagonals will fall because they're not load bearing, but it won't let you build diagonally on its own. Also, there is no such thing as ceilings in Dwarf Fortress. There's just floors. Yeah, of course you can, Dadrick. I mean, that's literally what this tower is. You know, it's like, its floor is connected to a stair. Grates aren't load-bearing as well. Same with hatches. But if the dwarves can get to a place to build a stair next to a thing, it shouldn't fall. So I'm completely perplexed. I have no idea. Yeah, stairs are also load-bearing. Speaking of load-bearing, I watched a video the other day that reminded me of the classic meme, load-bearing drywall. Just wanted to say those series of words out loud again. Boom. Okay, there we go. Let's seal off some lava. Structural paint. Yeah, perfect. No, I would say, for those of you who are unfamiliar, load-bearing drywall comes from a meme of a guy who was building an extension onto his house on something awful. And making all sorts of, like, very whack decisions on how he built it. And I remember, like, witnessing that to a degree when it was actually happening through third-party reposts, and now I'm like... Somebody reminded me of that the other day in the video, and I was like, Meanwhile, Skithy? I've seen that name before, and I don't know ever how to say it. Lived in according to them in YouTube chat, lived in a house with a load-bearing door. Was it a thick door, at least? Like a door with some heft to it? The Grover house, yeah. All right, it begins. We are now sealing the lava sea. The casting of magma begins. Oh, we're gonna hear that a lot. Get used to that sound. Because we got a ways to go. I just saw something in midair up there, and I'm not sure what it was. I'm also just gonna real quick jump up to here and just make sure there aren't any more slabs that need to be placed. That's a lot of grundles. So this is all still draining, and up here is where we're sealing. Yeah, it's when stuff falls it's when stuff gets created diagonally and they fall. Or when they get created on the wrong level. This made me realize once again how peaceful it has been ever since Cavern Invaders are gone. In a good way or a bad way? Does anybody miss the Cavern Invaders? Because I sure as shit don't. So that's actually an area that's filling. Right here. Well, I mean, it was more of a and less of a click click, but yeah. This is closer to like when this is closer to when I was like running the Vampire Fortress. This is gonna end up being a lake. Meanwhile, over here, still draining. Just a few more layers, then I can get rid of all this, which will actually be really nice. I like caverns, and I like the Forgotten Beasts in the caverns. Those guys are fun. But I do agree that the cavern creatures were a bit much, if not too much. Maybe even just straight up too much. Well, Yeah, then it falls because so if you build walls below, dismantle the. Okay, so Deepfake Studio, if you build walls, okay, then a floor on those walls, and then dismantle the walls, what is gravity? I mean, you could go into the settings, and you could go to your game settings, and you could disable cave-ins, which would stop that, but that'll also cause a lot of other weird issues. You're like disabling half of the physics engine, essentially. So you could do that. But I now fail to see why you were doing that. That seems like a horrifically bad idea. So yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress isn't Minecraft. Well, I'm glad we sorted that out, chat. Gravity make thing fall. I don't want to make fun of Deepfake Studio for running into this problem, because it is a genuinely fair question. I just think it's really funny that that's the problem that you ran into. I'm just like, why can't I build up? Well, build up. But when I build up, things collapse. Wait, why are things collapsing? Because I'm collapsing them. 2 + 2 = 4. Like, that's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Many dwarves got KO'd making that floor. I mean, that too. Like I said earlier, I guess, structural load-bearing drywall. Load-bearing drywall. So this isn't quite pumping as much water as I would like. It's actually going a little bit slowly. So what I may do is just make a really big reservoir, like maybe around here. Like roughly on this level. And then just fill this sucker up with water. Oh my god. What if I used this as a reservoir? That'd be a massive waste of space. I mean, actually what I want to do is I want to do this. So let's start doing the thing that I want to do, which is go all the way up to here. Too many blocks. The thing is, I am going to actually delete a bunch of those, but that was too many blocks. Let's go like 10, 20 layers down. Go day site. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Thought I had selected floors, but I guess I didn't. Oh, right, yeah, because it's set to no access. Build the rest of them later. Actually, you know, we could even just go from there. Anyway, we're going to start constructing down now. That's the next plan. Staircase to hell? Sort of. I mean, staircase, that's way more efficient than current staircase. I mean, it's going to go through here and down. And down and down and down. So that they can just take this direct instead of having to go the way that they're currently going, which is way slower and less direct. So they're just going to start working on that slowly. And this over here can all get deconstructed. Playing with a heavy aquifer with freakish rain. Well, I mean, this seems like, you know, you chose to live somewhere where you die. This seems like a you die. Not sure how to help you there. You can construct downwards, yep. Always been able to construct downwards, just like you can construct upwards. Although you need open space to be able to construct upwards. Make a wooden fort. Make Adifo mad. It's a good time. This changes everything? No, it changes nothing. It just simply proves that there's still more to learn. Everything is as it was. You just know more tools that exist. And this is gonna get so friggin' full. Okay, so this area is getting sealed off. Although, actually, maybe I should leave this as it was. Nah, we're gonna move it. Yeah, pots are definitely full because alcohol ain't going up. But, I mean, it's okay. We are progressing in some sense. Forge gold pot. 100. I'm also going to run out of gold, don't worry. It'll be a good time. I think we'll just leave this area over here for now. Also, this is now separated. Now that that's sealed. I could probably largely ignore this area for the time being. I mean, this will just keep draining and refilling from there. How far down does this go? All the way to the bottom, I presume? Doesn't look like I could just drop that. Probably just unexist itself if I dropped a rock onto that. Also, this is draining itself out pretty swiftly. It's this area down here that I'm kind of fascinated by. Because it's all draining because of this. Right here. Well, this area... yeah, it's all this. So this, I guess, is the next place I need to put water, is like around here. Seal this off. Because right now this is working, although the water may actually get there eventually. It might. So probably what's going to happen is this will just eventually become a huge reservoir of water, which I'm okay with. Huh! Oh, that's cool. We've got a battle of the puddles.
Crypt lurk.
Huh. So this is still trying to fill over top. That's actually kind of dope. Hi, folks. How you doing? Cleno? How's things? Same with you, Turts. If dwarves don't have any skill in metal, they generally won't crave metal for artifacts. So not many. Some will. But if that's a risk you're willing to take, then that's a risk you're willing to take, right? Yeah, this is kind of fun. But mostly just like watching this. How high up does this go? Just up to there? So it's only the one layer that's really an issue. So really what I need to do is I just need to like pump this out. That's all that I need to do. But that's so much extra distance to build in. So I guess what I gotta do is this down here is pumping from down here. But I just need to, you know, pump this out right there. That's all that we need to do, which is very simple. So let's just... Although I'm not even going to be able to get close enough to that. Be able to do it smoothly. Because of the location here. Dear game, please stop clicking at me. Hey chat, my blood sugar's been like fucky this morning. I will be back in a moment when the ad starts. I'm just gonna go grab my lunch and eat it early today. So I just need to eat some carbs. I'm not hungry at all, which sucks, but it is what it is. So I'm just gonna queue all this up. What are we missing? Yeah, we're just out of barrels, containers. Yeah, I guess I can go over to you. Just condense stuff a little bit. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere anytime soon. Or do. Not second breakfast, early lunch. I don't know. I'm not hungry, but I need to eat something.
He has a sword!
Don't get diabetes, it sucks.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Woo!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Speaking of moods, Fath the Mason has been taken by a strange mood. And that's getting a little silly. They wanted silk cloth, I think. I just saw silk cloth for a second. Talented Mason, 2 pieces of Gabbro. Kobold will never be beaten. I think you mean voice actors everywhere. I don't know what that has to do with audio engineers. The audio of that is objectively terrible, but the content of the soundbite is pretty great. And it continues. So you want, well, you already have silk cloth. What else do you need? Logs. Cut gems. Yarn cloth. Yeah. Stone boulders. Well, we've got sheep's wool. Okay, so cloth shouldn't be an issue. Cut gems, though. What was the last thing that you wanted? Stone boulders, but you got those. Silk cloth, bones. Oh, it could very well also be bones. I need to slaughter a bunch of crud anyway, so let's clear out the cruft. But how you been, Clino? So I read in a DM with Kitfox that they didn't know that Tarn was going to post the image of those sprites. So, yay for Tarn releasing information early, which is cool for us to see. But once again, happy I don't have to manage Tarn in a marketing sense. And also thank you for reposting that directly into my Discord, because I was on my phone at the time and probably wouldn't have opened Tarn's site and looked. I would have assumed there was no other content in there, so... And when I saw that pop up, I was like, well, guess I should repost that. Because yay. The house ninja for Tim Tams. Well, best of luck being the home ninja. And good luck on a Tim Tam acquiring. I learned not relatively recently, about a couple of years ago, that you can buy Tim Tams at Walmart here. Because they have a, import section, and it's one of the things that usually shows up in the import section. So that's, I don't know, kind of interesting. In a weird way, I suppose. That's why you did it? Why, so that I would notice it? Ah. Well, success on your making Greg notice thing, I suppose, Clino. Some people enjoy a little self-flagellation? Self-flagellating. Gutsville in YouTube chat. Just make sure that you train them before you sell them, because if you cage them and then try to trade them, they'll escape from the cage. Unless they're trained. Just pro tip, you know? There you go. Dwarf goes back to creating their artifact. Stray Llama's been slaughtered. Yeah, it was bones that you needed. Seems all the merchants finally made it out too, which is good. Oddly enough, same, which is really bad for my job, Clino. Because, I'll then turn my stream on and I'll be here ready to stream, and then just have fuck all to talk about because I haven't been paying attention to anything that's been going on in the world. And the few things that I haven't paying attention to that have been going on in the world, nobody wants to talk about because it's too real. And I'm just like, well, I'm not as caught up on, random video game news as I used to be. Because I don't stare at social media all the time, which is healthy for me, but maybe not so great for my job. And then Twitch releases a new feature and I'm like, the fuck is this? I feel the same way everybody else does now, instead of being like, well, this is a thing they've been talking about for a while. Okay, what are you waiting on? You need setting. Do I not have a bone doctor? I do have a bone doctor. Is my bone doctor one of the injured ones? Yeah. Let's get a couple more bone doctors. Okay, you work furiously after grabbing 3 pieces of gabbro, cave spider silk cloth, llama bone, hazelwood, point cut squirrels, and alpaca wool cloth. And stuff is caving in down here. This is really cool. The fact that I'm actually... Wait, what? Oh, it built enough of a wall that it's now... Stop. Okay, that's weird. It's like it's built enough of a wall that it started draining this way now. But where's it draining to? Because this is all now like 6 full now. So this is draining? Or is it because it's sealed off now that it's... That's weird. Why is it draining now? Why is it draining now? I am confused. I mean, I guess it's draining this way, but... How about them Dodgers? I know that you're probably talking about sports, presumably, but my brain immediately goes to dwarves dodging through fortifications. I guess that shows where I'm at in the whole headspace. How about them Dodgers? I don't know. Can they fix new marathon? Probably not. Those games are your entry into modding the... What, marathon? Wow. I never played the old marathon games. I remember seeing footage of marathon when it was like... Or of Halo when it was a marathon RTS. Because Halo was an RTS at one point. New features be like, should I actually click on that? Because you said sorry. So, what is this clip? What did you clip of me? What did I say? I clearly already forgot. I clearly already forgot. Social media all the time, which is healthy for me, but maybe not so great for my job. And then, like, Twitch releases a new feature, and I'm like, the fuck is this? I feel the same way everybody else does now, instead of being like, well, this is a thing they've been talking about for a while. Yeah. No, it's a shame. I'm just spitting truths. A big whoopsie? Which one? They did several at this point. You know, there is a post that Bungie did say recently where they were just like, we're officially delaying the game. It's going to be out this year. And one of the feature points that they were like, a new, darker look, more evocative of the original, like, look of the marathon games. To which I have to say, is that because you don't own any of the art that you have for the current look of the game? Which is a damn shame, because I think that was like the strongest thing that that game had, was it looks really cool. Like, aesthetically, I personally think that Marathon looks awesome, but like... Chat, what's the over-under? Is Bungie gonna still exist in 5 years? As a studio? Or are they gonna be like, Sony live service something? Fath, the Mason, has created a Cyril Nish, a Gabbro table, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I will put that in my library with the rest of the high-value items. This is a Gabbro table. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval Gabbro cabochons and llama bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Gabbro and menaces with spikes of Gabbro. Surprise. And cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Kivish Darius, the dwarf, in Hazelwood. Darius is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of Darius in SKULLPONDERS in the mid-spring of 1077. On the item is an image of an octahedra in Chorl. On the item is an image of a dwarf in alpaca wool. Not to be mean, Whippy, but you do know that Halo hasn't been a Bungie title. I actually need to go look at how long it's been. But when they left, since pre-Destiny, that hasn't been a game they've worked on. A different studio makes those games. So I don't think Halo's success has anything to do with Bungie. No, 343 is not Bungie. 343 is owned by Microsoft. That is a Microsoft studio. Bungie is also Bungle. What? Is that intentional? Bungie is owned by Sony, which went independent before they started working on... they were owned by Microsoft, but they went independent to go work on Destiny, and then severed their Activision publishing deal, and then got bought by and became independent again, and then sold to Sony. So no, they are about as far away from being a part of 343 as possible. They haven't had any involvement with the Halo franchise since 2012, according to Deep Sea Fishing. Which, that sounds right. 2 more layers until this is done draining too. I think what I will do when this is all done draining is actually dig out all of this and then let this lava over here flow into here, the bottom of this. Wait, what else has Sony done that's bad that I missed? I probably missed something, because honestly, I don't give a shit about Sony. Most of the time. A caravan? Dwarven caravan? Where? I don't see no... Oh, they're there. I was gonna say, I don't see no damn caravan. Okay, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into here and I'm just gonna unforbid everything. Start making blocks again, start processing plants again, start making cloth again, start doing that. Why is there so many recover wounded jobs? Destiny and Destiny 2 and a whole bunch of expansions for Destiny. That's what Bungie has done in the last decade, basically. Oh. That should explain a lot, but kind of doesn't. Why did I have that turned off? You know, this is what happens when I don't play a fort for a week. Is I end up with orderlies turned off. Well, that explains why nobody was getting tended to. So who's getting recovered? I mean, that's like, it is sort of like on the same line of asking is like, what has, oh man, I can't even remember the name of that studio now. The people what make Warframe, what have they made in the last 10 years? Well, Warframe. Because like, I mean, allegedly they're making Soulframe or whatever that other thing is. But some goblins have arrived and want to take my stuff and kill me and things. And that's terrifying. But we're going to get some jammy tunes, so that's cool. I suppose I should close this gate. And tell the squatties what stand here. And tell everybody else to get the fuck inside. And you have an obsidian wood short sword and a apricot wood shield. Except for the few soldiers that have artifact weapons. such as this one, who has a artifact that. I should make some cloth dresses. The other thing I should do is assign a new manager, because my manager isn't doing manager tasks. So I'm going to get a new manager real quick. I'm also going to jump up to here and find a spot to place the manager. This is an office that nobody's in. So that's now the manager's office. And I'm just going to make sure this isn't that. Yes, it is. Front gate is shut. I think somebody got squished in it. Unless somebody, you know, died elsewhere.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Beer, crypt beer. Big Buzza from North FC, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Okay, so released was the term I was using. I don't consider closed beta to be released. But fair. I also don't follow what they're doing at all. But, you know, that's still 2 games. So that's still the same count as Destiny. For Destiny and Destiny the sequel. Speaking of Destiny the sequel, can you guys post some beers for that resub for a 4th month? YouTube chat, you guys can hit the party button if you like. If you like. I mean, you don't have to. Yeah, well, okay. Sure. They haven't released any games. You know, I would say that Star Citizen is more released than Soulframe. Because you can just go play Star Citizen if you want. I don't know why you'd want to, but you can. Like, nobody is stopping you from giving them a little bit of money, like not even a ridiculous amount of money, and just buying a pass to play Star Citizen and then going and playing Star Citizen. Nobody is stopping you from doing that. I don't recommend you do that, but nobody is stopping you. You know, actually, speaking of stopping me, I'm actually going to stop these goblins from entering the fort. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down this. I'm going to open this. I'm also going to unlock this. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to see if that beast decides to come out and play. Probably won't. But it would be cool if it did. It's also very injured. Like, very. They released Scrolls. The Mojang has released Scrolls. Does anybody else ever wish that Minecraft had a Steam kind of player count chart? I wonder how many people are playing Minecraft sometimes. F1 was awesome. Did you watch it, George? It was fun. I had a great time. Yeah, but they're not making those, Gamerflix. Those are all licensed properties. Like, the RTS was made by whatever the name of that studio is. That's Petroglyph? Wasn't that who made that? The RTS was made by somebody else. The Dungeons was made by a different studio. Yeah, those are farmed out. Ah, well, we were in the end of the hairpin. So after you go around the hairpin was where we were. Scrolls got renamed Colors Paint. Yeah, because they got... Did ZeniMax go after them, or was that before Microsoft? That must have been before Microsoft bought ZeniMax. That was a while ago. It's weird that they're both all owned by the same company now, though. They should remaster Scrolls and rename it Scrolls again. That's what they should really do. You didn't know they were all a different studio. Well, I mean, it's pretty close, but... Ooh, chanting? You don't see chanting very often. What are we chanting? Cobalt Boulders is a devotional form of music directed to the worship of Kadul. A chanter recites any composition of the Golden Gorge while the music is played on two strastas. Strastas body. Can be made out of any metal. Ooh, let's make a gold Strastas body. The strings are made from what? Cloth? Let's make rope reed strings. I'm gonna assemble some Strastases. I think. Although first we need the siege to end. I think we'll just open this up because this doesn't seem to be helping. We'll just fight him. Can't go too bad, can it? I mean, it can, but it probably won't. Keyword there is probably. Cavern is still collapsing. I need to actually fill in these spikes. It was fun, Haley. It was fun. Someone get Games Workshop to do an Elder Scrolls game. Someone should get somebody to do an Elder Scrolls game, so why not them? Although Games Workshop doesn't really make games, now do they? I'm gonna catch a couple of these guys in boxes. 2, 3. This may just end the siege, actually. Send some of them around here. We're going to follow the skilled swords dwarf here, who's got a artifact gold spear. Please tell me that that was enough to break the siege. That would actually be really funny. Dwarves haven't even fought anything yet. Oh, there we go. They're now chasing directly towards the goblins, and in this case, what happened to you? Got hit in the leg by a bolt. You haven't been hit by anything yet, and you're competent, so you're just going to cut that dwarf or goblin up. Moving through the next few goblins. It does seem Volbach, even though he took a hit to the leg, is still fighting pretty effectively regardless, which is very good, and I'm very proud of him. Just like Tommy Tallarico's mom is. This dwarf is improving observation and managed to lodge their sword firmly in the wound of a goblin and then stabbed the human a human crossbowman in the head, even though it was deflected by their copper helm. It did twist their neck, and which bruised their spine. They haven't taken any other injuries since then. W Tiger, thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers? You're enjoying the YouTube shorts. I threw most of those together the day before I left, so gotta make some more. Or yell at Suited to make more. One of the two. Also have a new petition for a doctor's guild. I mean, after the injuries that we're about to take, I don't blame them. They're moving through the remainder of the goblins. One of the dwarves actually fell down a level, who is my sacred diamond, and fell back again and is now in a martial trance. Doesn't appear that any of my dwarves have died just yet, but they are all accruing some kills, which is good for them. And that seems to have broken the siege. Which I'm going to allow the dwarves to head back inside, and, oops, did I just, no, I did not. Just hit the wrong button. Turn off the burrow. And this should be sealed off down here. Let me just double check. Yep, it is. It was a pretty brutal little fight, but I'll take it. Boom, boom, congrats, you're now the top clipper. Which sounds like an insult. Speaking of top clipper, this has nothing to do with clipping. On the Discord server, we now have a Discord tag, so if you want to have the word fun and a skull next to your name, you can. And here come the lovely dwarves to rescue the other dwarves that need rescuing. We're also going to remove that. And they seem to be doing a lot of bathing after the fight. We're going to need that to open up, though. And we should also do some trading. Oh, the other thing I was going to do is I was going to sell, or I was going to make bookcases, or bind books, rather, which I should very much do. Let's just go down to the craft store shop and type in bind. Because I should very much have all the pieces for that. Oh, it's everything to do with clipping. It means that your clip got views. Chat, since an ad is about to start, I'm going to go and consume some more sandwich. You guys can watch this dwarf who's hungry, unconscious, and seriously injured. I think I need another diagnoser, but Lanix is busy, so... Where's Amos? He's currently storing item in a bag. Well, that's not very useful. You putting away apricot pits? I need you to go diagnose injuries. So maybe you'll go do that now? That'd be nice. Or don't, I guess. Not the best use of your time here, dwarf. There you go. Go diagnose a patient. You guys can watch this dwarf diagnose patients. I'm gonna go eat the rest of my sandwich. I will be right back. All right. No sketchbook ever freezes and crashes on you. Sometimes you spill a drink on it, though. But that's unfortunate. That was something we ate a bunch of at the GP. It was dried mango. It was tasty. But how can I make my dwarves specialized without setting a work order and praying the dwarf gets skilled enough? Make that... make a guild hall for that task. That's how you should do it. And prioritize that guild hall. Make that the only public guild hall. And then if you want to specialize the whole fort, that's the way to do it. Unless you're trying to specialize a specific dwarf, in which case, yeah, then assign a dwarf to a workshop. And remove their other tasks. So that they self-specialize like that. I'm not sure why this stopped flowing high enough, but it did. Maybe we've just removed enough of the intake that it's draining faster than it's filling, which actually is a really good thing. Which means this is was entirely a waste of digging time. So this is now flowing down into here and has made it all the way out to here. and up to here, which is actually pretty cool. So this now is almost at the point where it's just draining down here. So this is still draining into here. But this upper area should be pretty much done. We just need all of this to get sealed off. And this to seal off as far as it can. It's good to be back, CC. You know, I was originally planning to stream today and then tomorrow. But full disclosure here, was not expecting to be this low energy today. Like, I am dead. I feel like somebody hit me with a truck. Like, I'm mostly through my coffee. I've been drinking water all day. I ate 3 meals yesterday, and I'm tired. It was a good vacation, but, you know, going by Hobo's step counter, so not mine, but Hobo's, we did like 40,000 steps that first day. We did like 20-something thousand the second day, and then another like 30,000 the third day. It was a lot of walking, man. Like, I am beat. And also jet lag, yeah. The 3 hours of jet lag is not helping. Like, it's not it's not like I flew here from Japan or anything, but it's a lot. It's stuff that you don't really think about until you do it, you know? I'm gonna buy those nice metals. I'm gonna buy the few goblin cap logs that they brought. I'll buy everything but the fucking venom. Because I sure as shit don't need King Cobra venom. Although I'll bet you that would be very effective. And, let's just buy these splints, crutches, and cheese. That combined with, like, try not to talk about me being diabetic all the time. I don't like my disabilities being the only semblance of my personality. My blood sugar's just been fucked up since I got home. I don't know what's going on. Like, constantly going low. It's not fun. $8,000 laptop. That's a pricey laptop. Is this like a workstation laptop? Why is it so pricey? Must be one hell of a system you're getting. Yeah, also, in regards to this bug that I'm currently battling, where dwarves are keeping their bedrooms assigned after dying, I DM'd Tarn on Discord about that and asked if he could look into it, because it's a pretty catastrophically bad bug. He goes, is this a recent thing or like a new one? He said he hadn't looked at the bug tracker because he'd been busy. And I was like, well, I mean, it came in the last patch. He goes, okay, looked, and then got back to me a couple minutes later and says, yep, seems like it's time to start dropping ceilings on dwarves with houses and figure out what the problem is. So Tarn's on the case. Hopefully we'll get that in a smaller patch sooner than later, which would be nice, because that bug is really starting to irritate me. And if a bug is starting to irritate me, you know it's bad, because I have a weirdly high bug tolerance. Friday was what I intended to say, not Thursday. Like, I was planning to do a stream tomorrow. But we'll do the full stream today, because, you know, got like 5 hours left. Yeah, it's like 245 dwarves running in treadmills inside of that laptop to power it or something. To-tick, to-tick, to-tick. Normally I would turn the sound off, but it is good to know when it's done, so... And even Dwarf Fortress has a housing crisis. Yep. I will say there are some places around here where it seems like the housing crisis is improving, but that's in specific areas. Also, Cleno, I do need to pester Tarn to have him on stream again. You know, I like the Kitfox era. It's good for Dwarf Fortress, My biggest problem with the Kit Fox era is that I actually have to pretend like this is a real video game with actual marketing behind it, because they're like, the last time I tried to set up an interview with them, it was like, hey, can we wait like 6 weeks for a patch to actually come out? I'm like, but it's interesting to get previews. They're like, we don't want you to leak anything. It's like, what is there to leak? Come on. God damn. Most of the legs are, I'm presuming you're talking about drawing stuff, right? Let's see how my doctors are doing. Seems like everybody's out of hospital, which is good. Kind of amazed with how well this fortress is running, all things considered. All right, so I'm having manager issues. Manager has stuff assigned. Let's see what's going on with you. Dear manager, please go do your manager task. Let's try this. Maybe it's a location issue? There you go. Now you're doing it. I don't know. Weird. Weird, dude, weird. Oh well, jobs are running now. Tormenta? Hello. Could there be an issue with burrows? They're turned off, so that would be very bizarre if there was an invisible burrow. Leak gets a preview? Yeah, well. What am I going to leak? What am I going to leak that Tarn isn't? Well, I don't know. What am I going to leak? I can't leak anything if I don't know that it exists, so I guess that's the hope, right? Besides, Tarn seems to be doing a good job of posting stuff without telling Kit Fox anyway, so they might as well just let me do it on a stream, you know? How insistent is Kit Fox in being involved with Tarn's interviews? They weren't up until this last year. This last year was very much a, please organize it through us instead of organizing it with Tarn. Because before, like, basically up until the adventure mode kind of cycle, the way I organized those interviews was I would send Tarn an email and ask if he was willing to do one the next 2 weeks. And then I think it was the second one I did after the Steam release version. And I basically got a request from Alexandra saying, hey, could we like do these when they make sense for us? And I was like, yeah, okay, fine. I feel like it's valuable to maintain this functional relationship I have with you guys, so okay. But in my heart, nah, I don't want to do that. I just want to release stuff when I feel like it. And do interviews when I want to. But it does turn out, it turns out that they seem to have other desires, I guess, at this point for marketing of this video game. It's like, yeah, it's understandable. Like, I can't hate them for it, but bah. Basically. Also, look at what I can do now. We have drained this lava tube, this chute, all the way down to be on level with these guys right here. They're still draining it, just very slowly now because it's more or less all the way to the bottom. So we're going to try and use this to drain the lava sea now. No, they don't own Dwarf Fortress. Kit Fox owns the exclusive publishing rights to Dwarf Fortress. They don't own the IP. They don't own the brand. They don't own Bay 12 Games. They don't even take the majority of the profits. They literally just have the publishing rights for Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress merchandise. So you could say that Kit Fox probably owns the Dwarf Fortress merch, technically. But I haven't actually seen the paperwork, but Protecting the Tarn from the world, such as mean people on Twitch, like me. Yeah, we'll wait on that Doctor's Guild. Because, you know, I clearly am the scariest of online personalities. The meanest of Cryptnotters. Yeah, totally. If anything, I think I'm maybe a bit too nice. Whew. But yeah, I don't know. I do need to start pestering Tarn because, like, in my heart right now, I'm really, really hoping that the Siege update is soon. Mostly because I feel like Dwarf Fortress kind of needs it right now. It's been a while since there's been something for Fortress mode that has gotten people who primarily play Fortress mode excited. As much as I want to scream to the high heavens and back and will include in all of my videos why Adventure mode is cool. And I may or may not have started working on that Baki Bellmouth 0 to Hero Adventure mode run as a video. May or may not have started working on that yesterday. But as much as, like, I want to yell at people to play more Adventure mode because Adventure mode is cool. Realistically, a large portion of the player base just don't have interest in that type of gameplay, and that's fair. So I really think that the sooner that update comes out and the sooner we find out stuff to do with it, the better, which is why I'm really actually very happy that Tarn released those Forgotten Beasts. Because perception, I think, is a large part of development of software and video games, where if people perceive that you're not doing anything, people will assume that you're not doing anything. If people perceive that you're doing a lot of things, then that is just better for everybody involved. And I think that the perception of Fortress mode for a bit has been that things have been quiet, which is fair, you know? That was my goal, right? I just wanted to do quarterly on a quarterly schedule, and Kitfox kind of kiboshed that, right? Like, that's what I did for quite a while, was basically quarterly. It was like once every 3 months, we'd have Tarn on and just run an audience Q&A. Kind of like an addition to the future of the fort is really what I would like to do, but, you know. And then the Putnam ones kind of stopped happening, not because I don't want them to happen, but because Putnam is just working on, like, APIs, which is cool, but it's like, okay, so what have you done recently? Well, like, it's been a lot of making things converted to Lua, which at some point will be cool once the Lua stuff is out, but right now it's, like, not flashy in a way that would be interesting to most people. Nerd stuff. Yeah, exactly, Krampus. I didn't want to say it, but someone had to, so thank you. You've been tracking the New York mayoral election. It's crazy how many people in interviews say that the only candidate they know is, because they remember he had daily press briefings during COVID. Yeah, no, presence is everything. Absolutely. The Etten Tastro. Okay. Ober Sanu Nagolz the Blast. I don't think I've ever seen something with that name, Tastro, before. Has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. We have an Etten. Please have a cool artifact or something. The Strategic Key. Wow. It's killed a bunch of goblins and elves over the years. Ruthless Blinds. It's me by Ruthless. Ooh. Ishkak Okgush is a goblin skull totem. I think the Lewis stuff will be worth the time investment in the long run. I don't think it's going to be particularly valuable in the short run. What I mean is, like, the current, like, capabilities of Lua modding is minimal, right? Like, you can make your own vampires and you can make your own Forgotten Beasts. That's cool, right? Making those moddable is cool. I think where it'll start becoming a major, important, and useful thing is when it speeds up the UI development, which is the goal, or one of the goals, and for the developer side, but also makes the user interface moddable. Expanding moddability of Dwarf Fortress, I think, is going to be long-term very valuable. In the short term, I'm not sure. This creature also has a family, mom and dad, as well as siblings and a child. And I'm going to tell my soldiers to go stab it to death. Kill it! With sticks. Appreciate you, Regulus. So Gutville in YouTube chat says, quick question. If the dwarves drink pungent filth or something coated with it, they get sick? Question mark. Like, will they get sick? It depends on what the effect of pungent filth is. Maybe. Maybe not. They will definitely upset them. I can tell you that. That's the one thing I can tell you for certain is that it will upset them. 954 years young, I'll have you know. It's a very young Etten. Many, many years left. And Aerith here is very, very enthusiastically running directly towards it. And it dodges out of the way. And so does Aerith. Aerith, of course, is fighting with his obsidian short sword. Slashes the Etten in the lower arm with his obsidian short sword, tearing the skin and bruising the fat. It is now bleeding. And bleeding more, in fact. The Swords Dwarf slashes it a second time and strikes at him, but the strike was parried. He parried it quite effectively. Dwarf continues dodging and the Etten continues bleeding. She is getting stabbed by the dwarf's short sword, this time in the upper leg, which also bends the hip, and the creature continues to bleed. We've also now got a dwarf with an artifact weapon. This dwarf is Aban, who is an axe dwarf on paper, but is wielding a platinum mace, which all craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. This platinum mace will probably do a bit more damage. And as the next few turns move by, begins hacking at the Etten. The Etten struck at the axe dwarf, but the shot was blocked. Hopefully she can actually get a hit in. She misses the Etten. The Etten is bleeding heavily, and so is Aerith here, because Aerith appears to have been struck in the left foot by the item that the Etten is holding, which is a totem, a skull totem. So it gets hit with a skull, and it makes their foot explode into gore, which is pretty bad. Hang in there, Aerith. Aerith's bleeding has already dropped pretty dramatically, and the Etten is starting to limp away, and getting whacked by that mace that I mentioned earlier, which actually bruises the muscle of the Etten. And Aerith is wishing their foot would come back. His left foot is mangled beyond recognition, and his foot is oozing his blood. You poor dwarf. Just a reminder, chat, naming is up if somebody wants to name something. Within reason, of course. But the creature is now heavily bleeding and overexerted, which is very good for the dwarves. Aerith is not dead, but still missing a foot. Foot loose. We got dwarves that are getting tired, and the beast is dying, and also dropped the totem.
Welcome back. Hope you had a lovely vacation.
I thought somebody died, but no, that was just stuff falling. Humanavira, thank you very much for the 21st month. I did. I mean, I remember, Boom Boom, the first time I saw a dwarf that was forced to drink vomit. And while it quenched their thirst, they were very upset. Okay, so the creature is now fallen. And we've got a very upset foot dwarf. A lava safe pump. Okay. Actually, let's go up here. Boom. And right next to it, boom. So it's not one, but two. Actually, hold on. No, this I'm going to go super meta. So this one can be underscore. Is it 2 underscores in your name? It looks like 2. If it's 3, let me know. And then, boom. So you got boom, underscore, boom. There you go. You got your pumps. And let's jump back up to the surface up here. Forbid all of this. And this totem... These are all artifacts. These are not. So let's toss that totem up here. The thing is, I've talked about this before. I don't think that's something I can tutorialize, because I just build the way I build, and then I'm endlessly shocked and amazed by how other people build. So I don't know. It's not really a perfect science. Like, it's not something I really think about. Have I thought about it? Sure. I have no idea how I would actually go about doing it, is the actual issue. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I really do is I just don't make square rooms. And I've mentioned this in many videos in the past and in other forms of work that I've done where I say just, you know, when you're building, whatever you do, just remember this very important tip. This one tip that all dwarfs hate. It'll teach you how to successfully manage and build a fortress that looks interesting and cool every time. Don't make everything perfectly symmetrical and try building in the caverns. That's basically it. It's like just build in the caverns, don't make everything perfectly symmetrical, and things will look cool. If you don't do that, then, well, dwarves hate this one crazy trick. What are all those rocks on the surface? These are jet. They're all here because I caved in half of this constructed castle, which we force settled on using DF hack. But yeah, just build in the caverns and, like, you know, if I were to build in here, like, try and build inside of this. Like, really, like, that's how I developed how I build my forts, is just building inside of structures like this and making cool shapes inside of them. Apple Bottom was a particularly neat little fort that I built where I basically forced myself to build a very large fort in the caves. And it was neat. How do I hide it? Disable overlay. Enter. Although that will leave a bunch of the scripts running. I disabled those by going through the settings and very tediously turning them all off. But yeah, I guess the one final thing I'll say about the interviews with Tarn is I would absolutely love the opportunity to just have Tarn on the stream once a month. Absolutely would love that. And if I ever got that opportunity, I would do it. I wouldn't even, like, charge for it. I've also offered this too, but, like, gotten mixed responses from Tarn as well, which was I would also, without hesitation, just send Tarn the audio format, and he could just put it out in the RSS feed for DF Talk, but I'd also put more time into editing it. Like, absolutely I would do that, but... Did I enjoy my vac? Well, thankfully I didn't get a vac ban. I do enjoy my vacuum cleaner. It's a Hoover. My mom gave it to me for my birthday a couple years ago. It works quite well, except I kind of wish it had a bigger container on the bottom of it because it kind of gets empty a little bit quick, which is a bit of a pain when, you know, you're trying to vacuum a pretty large area. But yeah, no, I do like my vac. Do you like your vac? Chat, do you have a vac you like? Preferred brand? I'm not a big fan of Dyson, personally, because I find that Dysons are a little bit over-designed and thus are harder to repair and maintain. And also a bit annoying to, like, they're just kind of expensive. Like, all of the extra things that you can get for a Dyson is a bit too much. Your vac sucks. Well, that's good. How was my vacation? Jokes aside, I had a great time. Got to accidentally trip over what felt like a red carpet event in front of the Ritz-Carlton while walking to the car to get a ride home. That was possibly a highlight of my life. One of the weirdest things I've ever, like, encountered. Got to drink a lot of good cocktails, got to eat a lot of tasty food, got to hang out with friends for a couple of days, and ignore planet Earth for a while, and it was nice. And chuckle and make mean jokes about Lewis Hamilton hitting a groundhog in a Ferrari. They never noticed. They didn't notice because it was red, right? So, like, you know, you're not going to notice the smear marks. Also, ripped the groundhog. Didn't even know what hit him. But did have fun. Oh, you got one of the wireless ones? My older sister has one of those, and I've seen it because she also got it from my parents as a gift, and it's good to be back. Herd maker. But yeah, plan for this week is I'm going to stream today, and then I'm going to try and recover from my jet lag fully over the weekend and work on videos and hopefully have something new for you guys sooner than later, because I've got a couple of projects that I've been sitting on for a while that I haven't started working on. Well, I've been sitting on the footage for them for a while, and I haven't started working on them because I had other videos I wanted to get done first. I've got all those videos done now, so it's like I can now go back to other footage that I have, and those videos will probably end up coming out quicker. So something that I really want to do, which is probably going to be the next video actually, is I did a 0 to hero run in adventure mode where I started with nothing as an outsider and then basically became legendary. I didn't get legendary in every skill, but I will say that I became a hero. I killed a demon. I took out an entire army single-handedly. It was a pretty silly run, so hopefully I can make something interesting out of that. Any tips? Play the video game and ask questions when you have questions is my tip. This is one of those games that's kind of hard to give like generic tips for. Chat will obviously have tips. Ask a friend for help. Googling fixes to problems or questions can sometimes be difficult in this game. So I would recommend trying to, you know, sourcing answers for questions will be easier if you know how to ask the question. And as that one person in chat earlier today learned, gravity is in fact a thing that you have to think about while playing Dwarf Fortress. This isn't Minecraft. Well, I mean, potentially, but when someone says that they just started playing, any tips? Well, I don't really know what that means. Basically, I'm asking them to elaborate. Tips on what? As I pause the game because an ad is now running. Oh yeah, dig deeply and greedily, I guess, is the tip, right? Minecraft gravity can be fun to think about. There's like 4 or 5 games that their entire shtick is like, it looks kind of like Minecraft, but shit falls. There's like a whole genre of like, or subgenre of like building games like that just are, it looks like Minecraft, but things can fall. And there's something about that that's kind of great. Although, I like Minecraft moon gravity, personally. It's like things can fall, but really slowly. So you can witness your mistakes happening in slow motion. It's online that archer dwarves will leap battleman. Watch my tutorial on Mark's dwarves. Is there a way? Yes. Is that a problem? It's a skill issue more than anything. I mean, just go to Steam, type in popular, and then, or go to popular and search by tag physics. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff. I mean, I have a Mark's dwarf tutorial in Scout, so. Also, a thing that, actually, here is a legitimate tip for Dwarf Fortress. A lot of stuff that you see online, look at the date. Because you will see a lot of things about Dwarf Fortress. Like, I see people compensating for bugs that were patched a decade ago. Constantly. In this game. So, that would be my actual piece of advice for Dwarf Fort, is make sure you're aware of when a thing became a problem. Because it's probably already been fixed. That's an actual tip for Dwarf Fort. What's up, Captain Doc? I mean, unironically though, like, there's nothing wrong with loading up a playlist for tutorials for older versions of the game though. Because those versions of the game are still playable, still available, and you can still download them and use them, right? What am I doing right now? I am trying to, okay, this is like very high level nonsense. I am trying to drain the lava sea. That's what I'm trying to do. You know, like there's draining oceans, that's for boring, lazy people. I'm trying to drain the lava from the bottom of the map. Why? There's no real logic or reason behind this. Just to say that I did, mostly. for shits and giggles, and lots of burning. Mostly burning. Mostly. Like a big, hot, spicy cup? Sure. Sure. I'm also building a pump, which I'm going to make... Well, actually, this one doesn't need to be lava safe, but I'm building a pump here, which is going to pump water from this side over into here to seal off this, hopefully. Non-major nerd, thanks for the raid. It's been a long time. It's good to see you. How have you been? Missed you. What's up, man? I mean, if you're actually asking that question, you probably already know the answer of it. The dwarves' affairs proceed with a strategy that tends towards capitalism or communism. That reads like somebody who's asking a question in poor faith and already knows the answer to it. Because somebody who doesn't know the answer to that question would just say, how does the economy work? What do I say? I don't know. What do you say? What the fox say? Dwarves mostly is what I plan to fill it with, Yoshi. Yeah, exactly. You fill it up with a fort. What else would I fill it with? What's the point of draining it if I fill it with something else? Booze-based economy. Yes. Naturally. Well, forts are generally made of an F, an O, an R, and a T. Usually in that order. Otherwise, it would be like a Dwarf or something. Is there stuff hidden at the bottom of the lava sea? Yes. Some forts used to be made of soap. True. And charcoal. Well, that's going to take 10,000 years to build. Like a very long time. Hoodie hair made in obsidian fort? That's not hard to do. It's very easy to do, actually. Can you actually access hell through Lava Sea? Well, you access hell through the gem spires, which is located in the lava sea. So, yes, asterisk? There are some ways to get through the semi-molten rock, which is like Dwarf Fortress's bedrock equivalent. Or I guess bedrock is Minecraft's semi-molten rock equivalent, depending on how reductive you want to be. It is impossible to construct things with soap bars after version 47. Unless, like, they can use them for artifacts. Basically, bars used to be considered blocks and could be used as construction materials. So it was, like... sort of like how way too many things are considered tools. I mean, I built multiple forts out... I don't know when you started watching Krampus, but I built multiple forts out of soap. Beeswax... Yeah, I never did with beeswax, but beeswax as well. It's funny, though, it is possible, but actually, in reality, it's sort of like you used to be able to build bags used to be considered chests. And you could build bags and use them as chests, which was useful if you had like a zillion bags like you often end up with. But also, it's really nice that you can't do that now because I no longer accidentally place bags when I'm intending to place a chest. Also, a non-major nerd, since you rated me, what were you playing today, if I can ask? Shortly after Steam release, but you're transient. Fair enough. Stone Shard? Oh god, I'm sorry. I hope they made it less terrible. You're always short on bags? Can't relate. I'm afraid. Can't relate. Can't relate. Yep. That's good. Glad you're enjoying it. That game always looked beautiful, but like was substance-wise was very slight. I've gone back to it a couple of times, but well, I hope they made it less shit because it was pretty shit when I played it last, which was about a year ago. That game was just grindy, boring, and poorly balanced, poorly designed, and had uninteresting levels. This is not uncommon for me. People raid me, and then I just talk shit about the game for a minute. Like, there was one time where RNG raided me. I can't remember what he was playing. I want to say it was Planet Zoo. Anyway, and I just sat here and just like basically made fun of problems with that game for like a good chunk of time. And then I rated him the next day and he's like, man, you bummed me out yesterday. Like, I sent people over to you out of the kindness of my heart. Your response is to just talk about how bad the game is. I'm like, well, it is. Not my fault you have bad taste. I have bad taste too. We're all entitled to this. They didn't make the game so short. Yeah. I guess in reality, I'm just salty that the highest selling roguelike of all time is a really bad example of roguelikes. That's my actual like pain with that game. Is like if it was just a better game, I would feel better about it selling super well. And also, it was one of the last games to take advantage of like the Steam what's it called? Coupon system. Like that game released and they gave a 50% discount to every person who owned Darkest Dungeon. Unbeknownst to the developers of Darkest Dungeon. It's like, man. That's true. I'm blind. You're salty. That's fair, salty. You are correct. My aunt is texting me, so. Own the guilty pleasure of bad game. Oh, totally. You know, absolutely. Yeah, for random games that nobody wants, yeah. When it comes to traditional roguelikes. Kazi, go play the demo for Jupiter Hell Classic, which is Doom the roguelike but remade. Because Jupiter Hell is phenomenal and not enough people played it. And Jupiter Hell Classic is looking really promising. If you're a sicko like me who likes those types of games. Actually, let's get rid of this side. This dwarf is literally walking around in the lava sea. That's just too cool, man. The problem is, like, in regards to the proc gen, they are built, or I'm presuming they haven't swapped engines, but that game runs in GameMaker. Simply put, GameMaker is an awful engine to do any sort of proc gen because its capability of holding stuff in RAM is minimal. And it's, like, without heavy engine basically, like, their biggest mistake was their choice of engine that they used. So without heavy modification, the actual capabilities of the engine are pretty limited when it comes to any kind of proc gen. Like, it's like there's another game, it's very furry bait shit. What's the name of it? Tooth and Tail? No. Tooth and something. Anyway, there's another game, but it's like very structurally similar mechanically to Stone Shard, but it's like a crafted RPG, which is kind of what that engine is good at, GameMaker. But the second you try and do things with varied, interesting level layouts, it kind of falls through the floor. It's like something like Shattered Pixel Dungeon, which has really intricate, interesting layouts and cool level design that's all proc gen, or something like Jupiter Hell, or something like Caves of Cud. It's designed from the ground up to be that. It kind of felt like they made a prototype for a thing and then just like didn't realize it was too late to turn back. But that's it. Do I see it changing drastically ever again? The beauty of Dwarf Fortress changing, Ligma 1900 is small changes to Dwarf Fortress's mechanics can have pretty drastic changes on it overall. As an example, I think the last time Dwarf Fortress changed dramatically was when they added Necromancer experiments. And on paper, Necromancer experiments are a relatively small thing in the grand scheme of Dwarf Fortress. Essentially, like, Necromancers can create new species, which is cool, right? But those can, like, become parts of other factions and grow culturally with the rest of the world in ways that's, like, kind of awesome. Before that, it was probably guilds were the biggest thing that they added. But no, absolutely, I see it changing pretty drastically. Like, is it going to happen every 6 weeks? No. Is it going to happen every other year? Yeah. I mean, we just, like, once the Siege updates come out, or Siege Update is released, which is the thing that they've been working on for the past, I don't know, good chunk of time. When that releases, that's going to be a pretty dramatic shift, I think, in how the game plays. So, do I see the game changing drastically mechanically? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the colored Forgotten Beast art is nifty, but, like, that's not, like, a seismic shift in the game mechanically. But, I mean, yeah. Yes, I do, I guess. Is the answer to that question. Why do you ask? But yeah, I think that the thing that Stone Shard does is it's really pretty. That's not pretty. Well, you could go watch my video on it, or you could like scroll up in the update list a little bit. I mean, you could play as a goat in CUD, so. I will say that the last area is an utter bitch, Dadrick. I can't really fight this right now, I don't think. I might actually just lock the dwarves inside. And let this do its thing on the surface. I'm just gonna close the top one. No, not that one, this one. Whew, frame rate. There's an arm on that wall, that's pretty bad. Yes, Krista. I guess it depends on your definition of CUD. Okay, so that's the first one done. I'll probably... Ooh. Actually, the other thing I should do... Let's open this. That's the other thing we should do. All of the information that you are currently asking, Ligma, can be found here. Let me show you. So this is the super modern, lovely, wonderfully designed, awesome website for bay12games.com. This, click on the Dwarf Fortress link. There's several different buttons here that you can click, right? One of them is features, all right? So this is like current features, you know, game, what game is. But if you go to development, all of the information you're looking for is right here. So I could just reiterate what's on here, or you could just go look at it, and it'll probably give you a good amount of information as to what they're planning to add, what they're adding, what they're working on, when you'll see it to a degree. And also how much longer they're going to be working on it. Another good kind of factor to roll with here is this. We're version 51.11. That's the current version of the game. If you go to all versions and scroll all the way back, these are all of the classic versions, all the way back to the first release in 2006, which barely is playable. But all of the historical versions are listed here. If you want to see how much the game has changed, you can see that very easily through this. But also realize this is actually 0.51.11. So when it hits version 100 or version 1, that's when the game is done. What am I waiting for? I'm currently waiting. Please allow me to proceed. Technically, Dwarf Fortress is an alpha. Early access is a term that predates, or that came like 15 years after Dwarf Fortress. And then remaster, and then they remaster it a decade after. I think we'll have to unlock the Secrets of Immortality first, but Tarn's like in his 40s. Zach's in his 40s, you know. They got lots of time left. And it's good to be back, James, in YouTube chat. Decided to take a break from DF until the Siege update and then start New World. I can tell that people have taken a break from DF until the Siege update based on my YouTube analytics and the number of people playing the game. That definitely checks out. It definitely checks out. Tarn making a Necro Tower. Aren't we all, man?
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Crypt Sag, more like Crypt Siege. Non-major nerd, welcome back. Appreciate you. Thanks for the 11th month. What are what guys wearing? The zombies? These guys? Nothing really? Most of them are naked. More like shirtless. Yeah, they're zombies. Well, they're more purple than pink. You thought that was clothing? Ah, right. I'm glad the videos have been helpful and entertaining. Official 2cat or official C2 cat. There you go. I'm actually kind of surprised that isn't a mod. Pride Month elves. I'm sorry for, you know, just poking fun at Stone Shard. I'm just, I guess, annoyingly picky when it comes to roguelikes.
Just
Sage.
keep digging, digging, digging.
Still trying, still digging. Do they have any intelligent undead, or is it just the normal ones? It do appear to just be the normal ones. And you, I'm waiting for them to walk into the caves, and then I'm gonna lock the door. That's how I plan to deal with them. No. I wish that game was better. I wish the gameplay of Stone Shard was as good as the art in Stone Shard. Is like my actual beef with that game. Because it does look really pretty. So, for right now, the game plan with these zombies is ignore them. That's currently the game plan. What? The shit? I don't understand why this decides to have water there and then not. Or lava there and then not have lava there. And then back to having lava there? I don't understand. I'm confused. Like, very confused, actually. Like, how the hell? You were, I think, but you died. What would you like to name Napalm Sideburns? Napalm Sideburns. And then it stops again. Like, it's like gushing lava out periodically, and then it stops. Yeah, I don't get. I don't get. Happy Dwarf? Well, that's asking a lot. Well. I'm not certain I can provide such a tall order, my friend. But I will see what I can do. Just let me do some digging real quick. You get this carpenter who's number 1, who's reading the storage questioned. He's questioning storage. This is the Napalm Sideburns. Because I know you've had several dwarves in this fort. He can be very happy and optimistic and likes to take it easily. He can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has a tendency towards forming... He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. My blind spots are being particularly bad today. And he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't handle stress well. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He likes bituminous coal as well as lay pewter, golden barrel, and swordfish tooth. The color jade, ceratops demons for their rhythmic undulations, and the words of the golden gorge, and when possible prefers to consume turnip plants and apple cider, and pendant amaranth flower. So to elaborate a little bit earlier on that kind of conversation we were half talking about earlier with in regards to like Dwarf Fortress being in ongoing development with like my 1900, the thing that you need to know about Dwarf Fortress is that most games are kind of like, we're going to build a game with a gameplay loop. Now you're going to play this gameplay loop. Once we make the gameplay loop, we balance the gameplay loop, and that's the game. Dwarf Fortress is like a weird clockwork machine that you can interact with in Fortress mode and sort of interact with in Adventure mode, but the machine isn't really designed for you to be playing in it. You can, but it's more of a simulation than a game. So adding weird little extra cogs into that machine can pretty drastically change the way the player experiences it. I have a question, because you're asking that question in presumably good faith here. Video, Porcamida. What do you think? Do you think I've heard of Windrose, the dwarf metal band? The guy who plays the Dwarf Fortress? And also listens to metal? Do you think I've heard of them? Like, seriously, do you? The better question is, how the fuck would the internet have let me not hear about them? Yeah, I've seen them live. They kind of suck. They're pretty bad, actually. They can't play for shit. Like, the gimmick is fun, but like, it really, they really don't hold up when it comes to like actually playing music. So I don't know. They're kind of, it's a bit of a sad excuse for metal. They're a gimmick, not really a band. I don't think their music's particularly good. I don't think that song "Diggy Diggy Hole" is particularly good either. Yeah, they're kind of like Battle Beast, or not Battle Beast, Beast in Black. I confuse those two a lot. Their Battle Beast is pretty good, but they're kind of like Beast in Black, where it's all gimmick, no substance. And most bands that are like, it's a really funny gimmick, generally don't have much substance. A pretty good example of this is like Kiss. They have good costumes. I will agree with this. Yeah, that was one of the dwarfs that died in that lava overflow that happened. Nish, looks like. Or no, Atis Mazifath, the animal caretaker. It's like, I don't think anybody born in the last 30 years can legitimately state with a straight face that Kiss is a good band. Like, yeah, okay, they have some catchy songs, but they're not good. You okay over there, bootlegger? Seems like you smacked your head against your keyboard halfway through that sentence and hit the caps button, but. So yeah, no, that's Windrose. That's my take on Windrose. They're pretty bad. That's a funny gimmick. That's about it. I like it when, you know, bands play their instruments instead of like standing on stage with a backing track. Yes, by repeatedly whacking your head against the keyboard and then pressing enter, or simply taking a full-size adult cat and covering the keyboard with treats and then pressing enter periodically is about the most effective chat communication that you can have. None of this is a lie. 100% of this is true. Do not believe the fake news. I don't know where I'm going with this. Home now? Congratulations on a successful travel home. What is your plan for the remainder of the time that you exist in home? Right. Well, the thing is, like, the thing that you need to realize is a lot of, like, this is why Lua's cool, though, back on the subject of what Bootlegger was talking about. Like, the cool thing about mods is you can add a lot of new flavor to Dwarf Fortress, right? You can, like, change you can make a lot of changes to the already existing systems, right? But what you miss out on when you make a lot of changes to those already existing systems is you miss out on understanding what the game is doing by default, I guess, to a degree. And when you start to miss out on those, I'm trying to figure out how to word this without just sounding like a lunatic, which is a problem that I have with a lot of this game. Because it's only modifying stuff that already exists within those systems and just changing the parameters, you're not actually adding anything particularly new to the game, which is cool to a degree, but got to do a quick login to Arc as well so everything remains rendered, then sleep. Well, sleep when you can. Sleep important. First time catching a live stream. Hello, Rainbow Luck. It's good to see you. Also, thank you to everybody, by the way, who's watched the DF News, because it's been a minute since I made one of those, and I was curious to see how many people would watch it, because it is summertime. People is busy. But according to YouTube, it is performing as usual, which is good. I think, like, I don't know. I maintain DF Hack is a good tool. It's a good tool to have installed in case something that needs to be fixed by it pops up, but I would advise, like, removing the features of DF Hack that you don't want to interact with instead of deleting it entirely. But as it was doing things in the middle of what you were trying to understand, yeah, I think that's the issue with DF Hack for me isn't DF Hack. The issue with it is the fact that it can stop you from learning certain systems and then thinking the game is broken when it's not. Like, so many bug reports I've seen over the years in this game have just been because somebody's just misunderstanding how DF Hack works. Which is kind of funny in its own weird way, but What a gug. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for What a Gug? Was that you on Rainbow Luck in the YouTube chat, if I can ask? Because you said that twice. But just wondering if you're different people or not. I will say that that is, I think, something that Dwarf Fortress definitely struggles with, is communicating to the player exactly what the heck it's doing. Like, Dwarf Fortress is admittedly pretty bad at that, and is something that it could certainly do to be better at, is explaining to the player what the hell it's doing half the time. Because Dwarf Fortress holds information to a fault at times, where, like, if the game would just tell you what it was doing, I think some people would get more out of it. I feel like this would look nicer if I could remove these walls. There you go. Misercraft, hello. In YouTube chat as well. Undead won't eventually leave. Intelligent undead will eventually leave. But it is unlikely that the undead on their own will eventually leave. Let's just make sure that...
17 times the fun crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Xylium, thanks for the 17 months of fun. Appreciate you. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream and hang out and watch stuff and things. Appreciate you. Means a lot. Seriously. How's the lava drain going? We'll check in a minute. I haven't actually looked at it in a moment. I'm doing some renovations. But, chat, can I get a round of beers for Xylium? Keeping that sub alive. Okay, let's go see how the lava drain is going. This area over here is completely drained, more or less, so I need to get this filling from over here, probably, is what I need to do. So I gotta go, like, a layer up here and start this pouring over here, which will be fun. That, or option B, which is dig down a bunch here and drain from, like, right here, basically, which I could do. Although, why don't I dig, like, to right here? That won't take too long to dig either. Just see what else I could see. A stair and a ramp. Stair goes straight up and down. Ramp go at a diagonal. I do actually have a tutorial about this. Understanding stairs and ramps is the name of it. But ramp go diagonal and lets things with wheels go up and down it. Stair go vertical and let thing with feet go up and down it. That's the difference. It's one of those things where if you overthink it, it gets really complicated and confusing. But if you just stop worrying about it, it becomes a lot simpler. I don't know if stop worrying about it's necessarily the right word to use, but basically, wall with a ramp next to it. That's a floor, not a ramp. Wall with ramp next to it. Stair, go vertical. That's the difference. Wheelbarrows work on stairs, yes, but wheelbarrows are special. Don't worry about wheelbarrows. It would be fun if wheelbarrows didn't work that way, wouldn't it be? But yes, wheelbarrows do in fact work on stairs. I mean, it wouldn't be a pathing disaster if they just worked that way, but it would be really confusing to build. When I lose all of my morals and dignity, what am on? I mean, probably never, actually, because Stake once offered me $60,000 a month and I said no to stream slots. So this is what I do for you guys, chat, not selling you out. I genuinely feel like that's one of those decisions I've made in my life where, one, I will think about that for the rest of my life and wonder if that was the right choice. And two, nobody will ever really properly, fully appreciate it. Because, I don't know. There's just such a culture in this industry of just like, oh, go get all that money. I just don't feel that way. But I am pretty certain that if I did take that deal when they offered it to me, I wouldn't be streaming full-time anymore. I'd have a lot of money, but... Not all heroes wear capes? Yeah, because Dynaguy got sucked into a jet engine. Of course, not all heroes wear capes. Only the self-absorbed ones do. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. They give you $60,000 a month salary. They don't charge you anything to buy stuff to gamble, and you get to keep your winnings. That's generally how their standard structure works. But then Twitch banned crypto gambling, and I stopped getting several thousand viewers because, well, Dwarf Fortress only releases once. That is sketchy. Welcome to gamble streaming. What part of gambling streams do you think isn't sketchy exactly? Oh, this shouldn't have any barrels in it. This is yeah, it's just a seed stockpile. What the fuck? Tisk. Figured out where all my stuff was going. Since I'm not growing any plump helmets, I'm actually just gonna go to labor kitchens. Of course, I have no plump helmets. Okay. Forgot that I named that. The only sketchy streams should be art streams, but indeed, deep sea fishing. Yeah, no, it was like 60K, and then like 2 months later they offered me 20, and then about a month after that they offered me 15, and then they offered me 10, and then I asked them to please stop emailing me, and then they offered me 8. So, you know, and then Twitch banned crypto gambling, so they stopped emailing me, which was nice. Now I just get emails from significantly sketchier casinos, which I do actually get emails from on like a frequent enough basis that it's worth mentioning that I get emails from them. But yeah, they're pretty strict. Yeah, nope. On that whole thing was Twitch banning crypto gambling streams, which is good. They should do that. But you know, I don't know if anybody here watched the CoffeeZilla video talking about CSGO skins. If you did, there's a bit where Arrow is saying like, you know, like talking about the amount of money that he's been offered by various casinos to like promote like CSGO gambling. And he mentions, he's like, you know, like that's an amount of money that like would be life-changing. Like I could buy my mom a house. Like there's so much stuff I could do. Yeah, I'm playing on Steam. It's nice to have the auto updates in the different branches. And I'm in the same boat. Like, genuinely, like, I think about that a lot. Like, I'm very successful when it comes to streaming. But like I look around at like some of the people who do this stuff with zero morals, and I'm just like, like it's hard to comprehend even, I guess. Because it's probably not the same person sending the email every time. You're just on a list of people they send the email to. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. So this one, they play a song that uses an instrument that I've made. I've made 2 of them. We're going to bump it up to 10. So I want to see if they'll actually use it. How did I get so much jet? I settled using Embark Anywhere with DFHack on a pre-existing fortress that was made of jet. That's how I got so much jet. It was either that or I disassembled what was left of Boeing's liquidation. Embark Anywhere is the command I used. I wouldn't say 99% of YouTube channels. I think it's because a lot of people, like if I were to, at the same time, I don't like judging people who are just in this to make money. Like people who make content to make money. I don't want to judge people for that because I get it. Like this ain't an easy industry to make any money in, let alone decent money or livable money. So it's really difficult for me to like judge people on that. Just gotta state that. But like, I think the reason that I am so stark is I came from an era where my role models for this industry was Total Biscuit and Giant Bomb. And I know people like to look down their noses, and at other traditional games media, you know, people like Greg Kasavin, who's one of the designers on Hades and Bastion. He worked at GameSpot, and I used to listen to Greg Kasavin talk about games. Right, I used to watch the podcasts that he was on and listen to the podcasts that he was on. I came from that era. Those were my role models in the games industry. And now for people who want to get into this side of the games industry, their role models are the people that you guys are talking about, the people that are sketchy, the people that are here to make the bag per se. And because I kind of predate that culture, I'm kind of stuck in my ways. You're new and the undead are roaming above your fort. Retire the fort and build somewhere further away from undead. Although username checks out, so maybe it's your fault. That would be my advice. That or build a bunch of cage traps in a row and cage trap them. But I mean, we've got similar things happening. I'm just slowly waiting for them to skulk down into the caves, which they are slowly doing, very slowly. And then I'll lock them in the caves and let the Forgotten Beasts deal with them. Or, you know, epic last stand it and try again. That's also an option. No, I was talking more about traditional games journalists. Yeah, so well, not even Giant Bomb. I mean, Giant Bomb is like a weird culture site. It's closer to a kind of funny than Total Biscuit was. No, I'm referring to more like GameSpot, which is where Greg Kasavin worked. I'm referring to like even IGN at points in history, Kotaku, you know, like the people who would later go on to form things like Waypoint. And now, like, I still listen to all that stuff, which is why I kind of squint when people mock games journalists. Electronic Gaming Monthly, yeah, no, like Eurogamer, PC Gamer, all that stuff. That's and like there is an element of like, say what you will about the actual skill or the quality of the writing from a lot of those publications back in the day, but there was one thing that they had that was very consistent, which was you have two separate sections of the business. You have the marketing side that sells ads, like the people that sell the ad space on the website or the magazine to the people who give you money who fund the thing. And then you have the people who write the stories about the video games. And the two are in different offices, in different places, and don't generally interact, ideally. And that's where you get journalistic integrity from, because if you're being paid to talk about something, you can't talk about it critically. That line is so blurred, the line doesn't even exist anymore in the industry. And I still come from an era where it's like, if I'm being paid to talk about a thing, I have to disclose that, and I have to tell you that, and I have to, like, I have to be neutral about that thing forever now. I can't talk publicly, like, overwhelmingly positively about a thing. An example of this is like, there's a few games that Team 17 have released in the last few years that I think are cool. I will never talk about them because I got paid a fuckload of money at the time, at least for me, to stream on the Worms Twitch channel overnight for a, was it a 24 hour or a 12 hour? I can't even remember. I need to go look back at it, but for basically like a channel takeover for the Worms 25th anniversary. Like I'm very biased towards anything Team 17 does. No, yeah, no, I mean, Nintendo Power was the most biased of the... Nintendo Power was the state-run media of, like, the magazines of the day, you know? Which, you know, it was valuable in its own right. It was a very different kind of value. Twitch on site, YouTube on one TV, Twitch on 17. You can still barely see the chat. Turn on comments on YouTube, please. I don't turn the comments on YouTube because then I have something else I need to moderate, and I make the YouTube videos like go away after the comments. So no. I don't live in America. It doesn't really affect me what Trump does. I live in Canada, so I don't fucking know. Also, the man's a senile old week, so he's like just sitting there flipping out half the time and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing or what he's thinking, so I don't know. Crypto gambling is perfectly legal in Canada, though. Also, I feel like at this point, if the US made sports gambling illegal online, the entirety of the sports industry would fall over. Oh yeah, absolutely, no. Nintendo Power was guides and marketing, which maybe that means Nintendo Power was ahead of its time, I don't know. Dude, I have a hard time watching sports now because of so much fucking gambling ads. You know, we managed to go this far today without talking about the American president. Why don't we try and keep that? Let's keep this trend running. This was a good trend. Trying to figure out how I can drain lava into here without killing somebody accidentally. Okay, well, let's do this. I don't know, I don't watch hockey. Hockey, dumb. Bad sport. Could care less. I don't know, it's not a bad sport, I just don't watch it. I watched the Stanley Cup final because it's the Stanley Cup final. It's the same reason I sometimes end up watching the Super Bowl. They're just classy, that's why. Stone. Classiest. Nintendo Power was a neat piece of history. I have the same thing, but for Blue Sky. It's just a filter. It's pretty good. Big fan. It's not collapsing on the surface. It's collapsing in the caverns. Well, the magma sea, more specifically. I'll show you after this dwarf's done digging. Game Informer is like back as a magazine now. By the way, just because Kazi in YouTube chat mentioned Game Informer. They're back as a magazine and you can buy their magazine. Only in the US, and it makes me sad. I would absolutely subscribe to Game Informer. If I could, but I can't. So what's collapsing? I'm busy. I've got projects in the works, man. I'm in the process of draining the magma sea. No, they were sold by GameStop and shut down last summer. And then a kind of sketchy game developer that I think is making an NFT extraction shooter bought them and made them independent. So basically created an independent entity for them, and they're able to continue operating, or came back to operating and publishing their magazine without being owned by GameStop. You know, fun fact, I didn't skip getting magazines, but I never actually had a magazine subscription. I only ever got magazines from the library, like months after they were printed. Why not? Is the only actual answer I have for you. Is because I think I can, so I do. And if that's not a sufficient answer, then unfortunately I don't have a better one for you. The Magma Sea had it coming. Yeah, Magma Sea was there. Magma Sea this! So there's zombies in the basement. And one of them managed to kill one of my dwarves. And I have zero idea how. How long have you been down here? I don't know how you got out. That's actually really concerning that that dwarf was able to get down there.
Bring out your dead.
Just gonna not worry about it too much. That's giant Olm blood. That's some blowgunner blood. It kind of looks like they can climb this. Which, if they can, that's very concerning. So I will lock this. And this. And, that should be fine because there's a tree there, but this is now a problemo. Yikes. Everything's happening down here? Yeah, well. It's been times. It's been times. Let's just lock those zombies in there, shall we? Okay, now you, I have no idea how you died. Ah, something must have caved in. Well, shit. Well, shit. That was my best miner. Okay, so where's that beast? see zombies in the water. So this beast right here is a towering quadruped which has poisonous gas. It's missing most of his feet. And I'm just hoping that the zombies is walking towards that. Because it'll take them a while. But let's see. Where's the one that's in the water? Okay, you're very far away from everything that's anything. Ah, whatever. We'll just... It'll be fine. What could possibly... Hopefully they'll just stay very spread apart. So I won't have too much to worry about, ideally. Ideally. Being the key word there. I could probably stop pumping this water into here, I think. Actually, okay, so no, this is what I need to do. I realize an ad is about to play, but I will unpause the game when the ad is done. So we're gonna pump water along here and just see if I can fill this corner bit in. Because if I can, it'll be very positive for us in almost every way. Oh, that's cobalt-tite that I was clicking. I was like, what? Didn't I have more obsidian than that a second ago? Or am I going crazy? Okay. Channeling reminded you were watching somebody on Sunday who were channeling some sand and bits kept collapsing, and thoughts on, because somebody was watching somebody on Sunday and they were channeling some sand and bits kept collapsing. Thoughts on cause, because I'm not really sure. I mean, anything diagonally will collapse. Sometimes collapses are like kind of hard to diagnose because you rarely see them. I would have to see what they were doing to really have any thoughts, but is there a way to memorialize dwarves without rocks? No. You were playing on Heavy Aquifer, weren't you? No, there isn't. You'd have to import rocks. Well, if you have their body, you could build a coffin, but I'm presuming you don't have access to the body, right? Why? In what world is getting a US PO box worth forwarding stuff from your Game Informer into Canada? I don't think that's worth it at all. No, thank you. I'm good. I would do that if it was available in Canada. I'd subscribe, but he is back and still digging. How you doing, Zavi? That should be done. Can you drain the lava screen? Actively doing that in multiple places, yes. How are things going? Pretty good, no complaint. Well, plenty of complaint, but no major complaint. Even if you channel all of the blocks around that block, it wouldn't collapse, or would it? Yeah, it would, if there was nothing supporting it. How was my time off? This was time off, not in quotes. I mean, it wasn't very relaxing. We did 100,000 steps in 4 days, but it was good. I mean, it was fun. It was a Formula One weekend. I'm still quite tired and now jet lagged, but mentally rested is, I guess, probably a better way to put it. So good. I had a good time. Did you miss me, Zavi? Like surface top-down channeling? like I said, I don't have any thoughts because I can't tell you unless I'm looking at what they're doing while they're doing it. I could probably tell you if I was looking at it while they were doing it, but without looking at it while they're doing it, I don't know. I have no idea. That's a really hard thing to diagnose without, like, some pretty specific information. Farmers Guild needs upgrade. Which I think I put down here, didn't I? Yes, I did. Well, I'm glad that I can be back so that you can regain your comfort space at home. You got a set of armor made of adamantine? Well, that's good. That's fun. It's a fun point to get to in every playthrough. I need lie. Make ash. Make lie. How much soap are we trying to make? Just 10. Should be easy enough. Question is, how much wood do I have lying around? Plenty! It's like a bunch of something. Oh, that's a wood furnace. Are you sure the sky is green? Because I think it's purple. At least that's what the pixie told me. Okay, let's do all this and all this. But yeah, at this, I had a good time away, and now that I'm back, it's hello jet lag, my old friend, and, you know, trying to function. But aside from the hello jet lag part, it's been good. If I could figure out a way to cure jet lag, I'd probably be a much wealthier person than I currently am. And now that I'm back, we've had all sorts of fun real talks today, you know? Like we were babbling earlier about, you know, just ethics in streaming and ethics in content creation. They're fighting with a giant mole, it appears. Okay, I'm also going to approve that. Let's see what the value of this is. Not yet grand. Must make it grand. Could also do another row down here and make it grander again. I like that the Farmers Guild is just becoming like a giant golden dining hall. Also curious about what this instrument is that I told them to put up into here. These things. I made a bunch of these instruments. Gold Strathus, because they're just made out of metal and silk. It's a well-crafted gold Strathus. The body is made from finely crafted gold. The strings are made from finely crafted rope reed. The Strathus is a mid-size handheld cloth-stringed instrument with a metal body, and the instrument rests flat as the musician plucks the 6 strings. Oh, so it's like a laptop guitar. I don't know the correct term for that, but I know those exist. Jet lag can be cured by never taking a plane. I don't know if that's... I think that the term you're looking for there is avoided, not cured, but... the instrument rests flat and the musician plucks the 6 strings. The musician can can alter the pitch of the string by stopping it against the body. Tuning is possible with the adjustable bridges. Oh, interesting. It's like an old school guitar. The instrument has a 4-octave range. It has a full and strained quivering timbre. Preventive care, sure. I think the term that you're looking for is avoided. That's not a cure, though. I disagree with that hypothesis. I respect the analysis, but disagree with your conclusion. Drink close enough to oblivion and then you sleep for 26 hours. I mean, that's basically what I did. I tried to sleep on the plane on the way back, but it just didn't work out, unfortunately. I mean, it is what it is. I'm a bit jet lagged, but I will survive. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, the fact that I let these get filled up with bags is a bit of a fuck up on my part. This is supposed to just be seeds. Why don't I just do this? Just make a new stockpile. Seeds, everything. No barrels. What those cave-ins are all about? I'm committing shenanigans in the lava sea is what the cave-ins are all about. I am doing things in the lava sea what is not recommended done in lava sea. Let's actually get rid of this. Actually, no, we'll just do 1 and then 2. That'll be fine. And you over here can connect to this. Save the game, okay? Not sure why, but will do. It's a very slow process, Craft. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty good, and the vacation was nice. It's very much summertime, and I've got a lot of work to do. So now that we're back, it's like, all right, because summer for me, I don't know. It's hard to explain summer for me because it doesn't really. Chad, how do you feel about summer? Is summer like a relaxing time? Is summer a fun time? Is summer an exciting time? How do you process summer as a time of year? Too hot, too hot. Summer means on fire. Hell, too hot. Summer is fun but busy. Exciting, you get to do all the things, fair. Hot and irritating. I'm kind of all of the above. Like, I like summer. I want to go out and do things in the summer. I want to... Like, it's a time where it's easier to socialize because people are outside more and the weather's nicer in a lot of cases. But for me, what the result of summer actually ends up being is, like, work is a lot harder because, you know, I cover a game that adults play, generally. Not that it's an adult's game, but it's a game that, you know, if you look at my analytics on YouTube, it's like the vast majority of the people who watch my YouTube channel and my streams is between the age of 25 and 34. Then it's like 40 to 55. And then after that, it's anybody below 25 down to 18. and then it's everything up into 65 plus, and then like 18 and less is like 0.1%. It is a very small minority of people who are below the age of 18 who watch my work, which is fine. Like I'm totally okay with having an older audience because it means I don't know, you guys are pleasant to talk to, or more pleasant to talk to, I should say. Whereas the issue with that is a lot of you have kids. So summer for me is like trying to figure out how to reinvent things that I've been doing for next winter and then planning for winter, because summer for me is very much the kind of the reset season. Summer's cool, your birthday's in July. Yeah, mine's in June, so I get you. John Mort. Forgotten Beast Naslo has come, a gigantic wombat with external ribs. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and hopefully it's hungry for zombies. It has a bloated body, and it's black and long. Its black hair is long and straight. Beware its poison vapors. Where is it? Oh, man, it's too far down. Damn it. Hey! Grr. And it can fly, which means I'm going to have to fight it. Oh, that's annoying. Well, maybe not. Or maybe. Or maybe not. Where's it going? Well, thank you. Cheers, Devil Dawn, as well, for the 5-pack. Appreciate that, mate. I'm glad I could help. Wuggadug. It's only good if you live on the beach. I feel like it would be hot and humid, right? Gutville? That's kind of my mental image of Brazil. But yeah, like, so for me, summer is kind of like the slow season in a way, because less people tune in, right? Like, I make way less money, less people watch my videos do worse on YouTube. Generally, Dwarf Fortress uploads slower. Hello, Hobo, how are you? Have you gotten over the hangover from winning the Stanley Cup again? I mean, your home team winning the Stanley Cup again. But yeah, no, it made public transit fucking empty. I'll have you know, like, nobody was on public transit that day. It was great. Bus was empty, the boat was empty, and the bus was empty. But it's good to see you, Obo. Welcome, as per usual. So yeah, that's why summer's weird for me. So when I think about summer, it's very much both a time of the year where I should realistically be working less, but I feel like I should work more. I should realistically be working less because there's less to work for. But at the same time, feel like I should work more because, you know, if I ain't gonna do this, then who's gonna? Might get crunk on the beach with your brother. Sounds fun. Ah. Got a dwarf over here working on an artifact. Who wants to fight and have excitement. Well, best of luck with your artifact, dwarf. Looks like we're finally making ash. Now we're just making the lye. They made all the soap. Was it being made at a specific shop? It is. Wait, actually, was it this one? It is this one, yeah. It's literally just a one-time order, too. Oh, it's frozen. That's the problem. That was quick. Literally grabbed donkey leather, rope reed cloth, llama wool cloth, and blocks. It's quick. So this guy's still running around beating up all the Crundles, amongst other things probably, mostly Crundles. And if I go here and type in beast, the other one is, well, killed a giant olm recently. And I'm not seeing any zombies. Where's all these zombies? They're all pretty far away. Is there a use to build outside? As in, like, a reason? I mean, it's a very varied and different way to play the game. Provides its own set of challenges. I guess it kind of depends on your definition of the word use. The question is there a reason to build outside? Yeah, the dwarves don't get cave adapted. It's nice. That would probably be the most obvious one. We're slowly building down here. Junk artifact? No such thing as a junk artifact, but less interesting for sure. This is what we're waiting on. Leather worker has created a frilly donkey leather right mitten and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. This is a frilly donkey leather right mitten. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with donkey leather and encircled with bands of round violet cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of rope reed and llama wool. Very simple artifact, but I won't complain. This still hasn't been considered grand. Well, we'll have to work on that.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, DS. Thanks for the 22nd month. You do still have a dwarf, Anner Bunny, and you are the captain of the guard. Doing cop stuff. Also, I should make some gold. Because I think I'm out. I have reason to believe that I'm out. Yeah, I have no idea. Whippy effect. Crafts dwarves. I have Endok. Asara. I mean, it just means that you're a bastard. Or bad, or whatever. That's fine. Right. Oops. Speaking of jet lag, I have a really bad headache. He doesn't generally think before acting and has a strong sense of duty. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is often cheerful and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is curious and eager to learn and likes to take it easy. He's grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He is very humble and could be considered rude, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and tends to consider what others think of him. He chews his cheek when he's angry and becomes exasperated when he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that martial prowess defines the good character of an individual and sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and values romance. He likes ash glaze and fine pewter, as well as jasper opal and crystal glass, and giant sparrow leather. And the color blue, picks and helms and statues and amulets and anvils and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. Beetlemen for their protective shells, and Rami plants for their useful stems. The words of the silken watchful amethyst, and the sound of the velvety incenses, and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume snail, lettuce, and whip wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Me too. It's the most relatable thing I've seen in a while. You're best friends with Paddywhack and Eustace, the tanner and the butcher. Yeah, that's bizarre. I genuinely have no idea what could be the causing factor in that. I hope that you're able to figure it out. But, you know, as always, if you're not, like, just send a save file and to somebody else who maybe can. Because that is truly strange. Truly, truly strange. All right, well, we'll start digging some more stuff out and get some more gold up in here sooner than later. Right now, Aerith, the miner, is digging through areas that are of importance. This needs to be lava safe. Now you mine through that. So then I can just get a dwarf to come over here and pump this, or, you know, power it with mechanisms. Either or. You think you watched nearly every VOD? What, for this series, Craft? You know, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's hard to quantify how many people are watching a thing on YouTube. Like, really hard. Because views are kind of deceptive. Because YouTube, like if somebody starts watching a video and then leaves and then comes back later, that's 2 views, but it's like one person watching a video all the way through. Or like if they swap devices and go from a phone to a TV, or like from a phone to a computer, or from a computer to whatever, or a computer to a different computer, it's still considered 1 view. So it's really hard to quantify just how many people actually watch my stuff. But since moving, I've been recognized more by people. Because I live in a smaller town now with more people around my age demographic. I'm starting to feel like a lot of people see my... And it's really a weird thing to quantify, I guess. Like, yeah, 600,000 views on that one video is a lot, but it doesn't feel like a lot when you're the one creating it, if that makes sense. But it's cool that people watch the VODs. The VODs are like one of the few things that I can feel like I can quantify. How can you have a name on one of my dwarves? I just kind of randomly chucked them out into the YouTube chat. The Twitch chat has a thing that they redeem. I don't have that functionality on YouTube, so it's kind of difficult. I don't really have a way to give dwarves to people in the YouTube chat, unless somebody in the Twitch chat wants to gift you one, basically. You watch everything I do? Well, that's neat, Sisyphus. I used to know somebody with a cat named Sisyphus. Let's just keep... Actually, this, I think I can just all the way to there. This, I can do largely the same. And then this is all dug out. This is getting constructed, which is going to take a little bit. And then essentially, I'm just going to start draining the lava sea from here. Actually, why don't I do 3? It'd be super easy to just do 3. We'll do 3. 3 pumps. The VODs are cozy, so you tuned in, you're new to Twitch? Well, welcome to Twitch. Twitch is just like YouTube Live's granddaddy. Although technically YouTube had a streaming platform before Twitch did, and then YouTube abandoned it. Which is like a kind of a running trend with YouTube stuff. Where like they'll have a thing and then they'll abandon it. Like I remember there was a point where Scene-Anners, who 10 of you will remember, of Minecraft fame, Scene-Anners was streaming for a bit on YouTube Live when YouTube Live first became a thing that existed. And YouTube was like, hey, that breaks our terms of service. He was streaming on Ustream, not YouTube Live, my bad. He was streaming on Ustream. And then YouTube was like, that breaks our terms of service. You can't stream on Ustream. So instead of streaming on Ustream, you have to stream on YouTube Live. And then he tried YouTube streaming, and it was so bad that he just stopped streaming, and I don't think ever really started streaming again. Thank you. We're trying to drain the lava sea, Pigmite here. It was good with my vacation because you could catch up then? What'd you catch up on? Out of curiosity. Like, what were you behind on? Of watching him play prop hunts? I wonder how much of Minecraft's success is owed to C-Nanners. Like, I want to know what... Like, I want to see the alternate dimension... Oh, shit. Giant cave spider fighting with a forgotten beast. I want to see the alternate dimension... Oh, beast one. Dead cave spider. Well, I want to see the alternate dimension where C-Nanners never existed and never made that Minecraft video. There's too many Minecraft YouTubers out there? Yeah, but dude made the Let's Try Minecraft video and was the first one to make a video called Let's Try Minecraft. So, yes, you are right. There's a lot of Minecraft YouTubers out there. But I do wonder if... I guess it's sort of like this. Would Dwarf Fortress have sold as well if I didn't exist? He finished up the cog VODs. Oh, wow. Back in time. Damn, we thought almost the same joke, although the name would be... Yeah, I can't even say that. There's too many PHs in that, but that's funny. Hisophis is pretty good, though. Why? Because Notch wouldn't have been as successful? You actually don't associate C-Nanners with Minecraft at all? You only know him from prop hunts? I mean, that just means that you're a late bloomer and we're late to the party. I mean, yeah, obviously, he did a lot of, like, Gary's Mod stuff, but, like, him doing Minecraft stuff predates him doing prop hunt stuff by, like, a lot. Also, Among Us... No. Space Station 13 walked so that Among Us could simplify it for a normal crowd. That's that, yes. You were spoiled by Quill 18 playing DF? Spoiled? But now you got me. Minibiz. Quill 18 raided me the other week, and it blew my mind. Small fucking planet, man. It's like, it's very rare that I get starstruck these days, but kind of felt starstruck. You two agree with the SS13 comment? Yay! Oh no. You have 10 bedrooms and a tavern now? That sucks, Jade. I'm so sorry that your power went out and you lost so much progress. Don't forget to save seasonally or, you know, save periodically. That sounds like something that would... I don't know for certain, but that sounds like something that would happen in Space Station 13. It was also the game where it was easier to light your hair on fire than it was to light a cigarette in your mouth. It's sort of like how in Dwarf Fortress, it's like you know how to play Dwarf Fortress when you've successfully, like, made soap. In Space Station 13, you know how to play Space Station 13 when you can light a cigarette without setting your hair on fire. You deep fried your own leg. I'm going to forget that I read that and move on with my day. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to forget that I read that and move on with my day. Like, intentionally? Like... I constantly forget that I can do this, even though, like, I was super happy when it was added. You were mining in a... Oh, so it was like... Oh, so you were like the guy that had, like, part of his leg removed and then got on the news for having a party where he ate his leg. You're like that guy. except in Space Station 13, not real life. Well, my condolences to your leg, I suppose. I'm trying to read your name, but yours is making this hard. Ricardo Agotia? I think it's Ricardo. I don't know how to say the last part. Regardless, thanks for the Prime sub. Chat, can I get a round of beers? The elves have arrived to trade, which means somebody must have killed those zombies, or they all left, or they gave up being a siege. I'm not sure which. Regardless, there's a lot of zombies in the basement, and I guess they just live here now. So this means I can trade with the elves, I guess. Works for me. I'm sure they'll deal with the next few forgotten beasts. Zombies cannot breed because they're all sterile, thankfully. Also, they're not my zombies. They're technically the enemy's zombies. They're just there. Well, the elves would need brains in order to be able to make things out of brains. There's layers to that joke. Let's also go down to here. Oops, wrong tool. I need a horizontal axle. And we'll connect this to here, which is going to go all the way across. And this is going to be for a persimmon axle, and then that'll connect up to here. And hopefully nobody gets torched in the process. And down here we can just, you know, maybe not with wood, but block this off with something. So the first one's done. Second two are underway. The Zombussy? Is that what Zach Bussy dresses up for in on the holidays? Also, hi, Budgie. I'm sorry you had to read this nonsense. Also, Lanix has mandated the creation of certain goods. In this case, crutches, which is fine. I think I'm making crutches. I should be making crutches. Don't think I need that many more gold tables or thrones. These are all going to take a while to build, but it's fine. And then over to there. So this is now going to power a whole new host of nonsense. Thankfully, we got twice the power we need still. Which is going to start pumping lava down into here, over into here, and then down into this, which is going to start filling this again so that these can then pump it off the map. Although, there's a few other additions I'm going to need to make to this, such as putting a block here, and actually, what kind of wall is that going to be? Wood logs again. Won't do. And let's also forbid all this Except for this, we can unforbid that, and these, and this. And this over here needs to get dug out. Oh. I'm now finding all of these dead dwarves way off in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Just kind of awkward, but... And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to place all these. Because I think these were all assigned already. Yeah, they were. So I've got a bunch of dwarves that don't actually have tombs yet, that should have tombs. We've also got some platinum and some more gold appearing. And we're still working on gold things. Zalvi, you know we have a redemption for this, right? Here, I'll do it for you. Chat, Zalvi would like you to post beers. YouTube, you can join too if you like. Okay, so we've got those two done, this done, this done. Imagine that. I actually managed to select somebody who was building something that I wanted to follow. Bubris also wants you to post that. So more beers, chat. Chat's getting drunk on a Thursday. Now, where are you headed? Okay, you're heading to this one. Checks out. That'll take a while. These are all done, except for this top one. You're hauling blocks, which means another one of these pumps is about to get done, probably. Hopefully. Yeah, poor dwarf needs a break. They're all tired. Go sleep. Yeah, good choice, dwarf. Miners are coming in now. Got lots of different chunks to get rid of too, which is good. Oh, I know why that caved in, and I'm really stupid. Because this had no support. So are you about to die here, dwarf? No, miraculously. Well, I mean, that did solve my problem really quickly, so thanks, Dwarf, for the efficiency. But sorry that you had to, what exactly? Jam your, or get hit with a brick in the upper body, which shattered your right ribs. Ow. You also got a bruised hand. And the lower body was deflected by his pants, so that's good. He's just got bruising, mostly. Except his right false ribs, which are mangled beyond recognition. Well, that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We can avoid that, though, in the future, I think. Maybe, hopefully. With a little bit of luck. A lot of luck. Speaking of luck. Casual workplace accident. Oh, speaking of casual workplace accident, I should probably turn off the water. So I've got a very, very, very large water reservoir in the caverns now. I'm gonna, I need the dwarves to just dig over here real quick. And diggeth downeth to heareth. And then through here. I'm going to tell them to just channel through that.
This is looking like a grave situation.
A grave situation? How so? Why does it look so gravely default to you? Chat room, can I get a round of breeze? What? Can I get a round of brie cheese, please? Or beers, either or. For the lovely 9th month or 13th month resub from Jesse XV. In the Twitch tab, please. Tried your vampire thing with the water. It's not mine. But and your vampire died immediately. Oh, how'd you get the vampire to stab multiple times? What material did you make it out of? The spike. Iron? So I made it out of wood? You used too strong of a material, my friend. Yeah, and then later I replaced the first one actually died. Later I replaced the vampire with a vampire that was a warthog man because he was bigger, and warthog men that are, or creatures that are bigger in Dwarf Fortress have more blood, so they can lose more blood before they die of blood loss. And so when I replaced it so that it would be, you know, less likely for them to just die on impact. That was kind of an intentional thing. But yeah, iron's a bit too effective. Because, like, the idea isn't to kill him, right? The idea is to bleed him a little bit. Is it a pool, the blood? Because as long as it's a pool of blood, you're good. I'll leave these for right now, actually. Splattering, that's not enough. It needs to be a pool. So I would go back to a save. Try it again. Also, hello, Bismuth. In the YouTube chat. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast, Usu, Dungdebora. That's a good name. Dungdebora. Ukalushamal. That's a worse name. Has come a gigantic Dimetrodon with external ribs. It has a bloated body. Its saffron scales are large and close set. Please be in the level with the zombies. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. And it's not. Dag nabbit. Can I just get forgotten beasts that will fight my zombies, please? Iron is being willfully ignorant of the thing being discussed is the gist that I get here. But that's okay. Need a fun color. Let's use more of this stuff. I really actually quite like the brown of whatever this, however you pronounce the material that this stuff is. That's going to be a super sketchy way in and out of this, but it'll be way more efficient and convenient than what we had previously, so. Okay, so now we just need to wait for some more logs to get brought in, because everything else is hooked up. Most of the dwarves are just doing this. Except for you. You're working on what I need you to work on. I mentioned this earlier today, but chat, I'm having a terrible day. You want to know why? I woke up this morning and I got up kind of early, and I went outside in my pajama pants and no shirt on to water my tomatoes on my porch. And suddenly I felt a tickle right above my left nipple. And when I looked down, I realized that a mosquito was biting me. And so I have a mosquito bite about a centimeter above my left nipple, and I want to die. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and my week is ruined. Which honestly means I've had it pretty good if that's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And Marcelo in YouTube chat, hello. Hello back, friend. But yeah, generally when you're trying to stab something and not kill them, you don't want to use something that's very effective at killing them. It's awful, Jan Mort. Thank you for your sympathy. It's also, like, fucking hysterical. No, a mosquito was biting my nipple. Why would my okay, first off, how would my elderly neighbor get onto my patio? It's the 4th floor, so they would have had to climb the outside of the building. So if there was a person on there, that would have been the concerning part. The mosquito was thirsty and also wanted to, like, really ruin my day. Scary wasp story? Have I ever told you the story about the time that my bathroom was full of wasps? Because that's my scary wasp story. I'll have you know it's very traumatic. Bathroom full of wasps. So growing up, I lived in the middle of nowhere in the country. We lived on 6 acres of forest. So we had all kinds of weird wild animals. And at some point one winter, one of the outdoor lights got knocked off of the outside of the building. And essentially this means that there was just a hole about this big in the side of the house, about the size of a large cork. And this was fine. I mean, like, there was just, like, you could sort of, let's just get the doors pumping this manually. You could sort of, like, see through it, but, like, it wasn't super concerning. It was just well, there's, you know, you can see through a hole in the wall that probably shouldn't be there. Not a huge deal. Anyway, it only went into, like, the siding of the wall, and it was, like, insulation behind that, and there wasn't any rooms right next to that hole, so it was okay. However, the next summer, I went into the bathroom, and where I was living, my bedroom at the time was in the basement, so my bedroom was, like, pretty close to that hole. And my bathroom was right next to that hole. It was the closest room to that hole. And one day, I get up to go to use the washroom, and I sit down on the toilet, and I look down, and there's wasps everywhere. Like, everywhere. And they're alive. And I stood up, pulled my pants up, and walked out of the bathroom. I locked the door, and I walked into my bedroom, and I grabbed a blanket and jammed it into the bottom of the door. And then I went upstairs and told my parents. Just chilling on the walls, on the ceiling, everywhere. And I told my parents. And my dad goes, "What?" He's like, "There's no way that's right." And then he went and looked inside there and goes, "Nope, there's wasps everywhere." And what had happened was they'd made a nest in the wall, which is fine, I guess. However, they also managed to eat through, like, the bathroom vent. So they were just, like, building into the bathroom vent and living in there. They were pretty docile when I walked in there. Like, none of us got stung, but, like, we just had a bathroom that was full of wasps. And so what my dad did was that night, he went and he grabbed a big old 2-liter of, like, pop, emptied it, and filled it up with basically whatever poison he could find, like the stuff to kill the wasps, essentially, and filled it up with that, and then some sugar and some fruit juice, and then duct taped it to the hole in the wall, and then we just left the door to that bathroom locked for about a year. So that's my terrifying wasp story. We legitimately, like, didn't go into that bathroom for a very long time. Later that fall, when the 2-liter was about almost entirely full of dead wasps, we opened that bathroom and, like, cleaned it out. That's my scary wasp story. That's it. That's the story. I hope you enjoyed. or hated, one of the two. So now we're filling this up with lava, which will fill this up, which will then spill over here, and then we'll pump it out over into here. That'll take a little bit, but... And this seems to be draining pretty quick, actually. Huh. Well, that's neat. Well, I'm just gonna say, Gutville, are you still around? We'll work on that, Inner Bunny. You like how you all handled it? Well, it helped that it was a house with a bunch of extra bathrooms. Like, that was one of 4 bathrooms that wasn't my parents' ensuite bathroom. So there was a total of 5 bathrooms in that house. So, like, just saying, well, this one is just, like, not usable for the next, like, 3 months is, like, not an unfair thing to do for that house, but... And it begins. Wow, this is draining actually pretty quick. Does this connect to the edge? So it connects over there and over there. But if we could drain this out... I mean, we can get water going in from over here. Also, how did this end up sorting itself out? Oh my word. That was not what I was expecting this to do. Well, I'll just seal this off then, I guess. Because... what if I just put a bucket spot right here? Just dump water on that. Welcome back, Bismuth. Well, Gutville in YouTube chat earlier asked for a dwarf. And Inner Bunny here wants me to give a dwarfs to YouTubes. So I would like to give a dwarf to Gutville because they did ask not super long ago, because I think that seems fair. However, I need them to say something in the chat for me to know that they're still here so that I can give them a dwarf in good faith. Otherwise, we'll give it to somebody else. I mean, it's not a gamble if you know what you're doing. It's only a gamble if you, like, you know, are sending unskilled dwarves. Otherwise, you know, if you send skilled dwarves, they'll do just fine. Well, this seems to be working again. We shall now fly up to here and continue the constructing. Let's see how this is going. Because now we have a pretty direct line from here to here and then up. So this is now my most efficient way of going in and out of the fort. Another thing I'm going to do is up here. Yeah, up here. We're going to start building out from this. But before I do that, I'm actually going to go all the way up to here. Day site. All 167 of them. All the way up. Well, we need those to get built first. All right, well, chat room, rather, Inner Bunny, what kind of dwarf do you think I should give to the individual who was chatting earlier who wanted a dwarf? Gutville. What kind of dwarf does Gutville sound like to you? I think nearly any dwarf within reason could have that. I'm also convinced that the reason the frame rate is so bad right now is all these dwarves trying to get to the... Dangerous terrain, you say? Oh yeah, that is pretty dangerous, actually. Frame rate's a little bad, but I'm convinced that's probably because of all the physics. All of the shenanigans. I'm just going to turn off the water for a bit. See what starts to happen when I turn off the water. I don't think I have any butchers. Yeah, I literally just have the one butcher. Don't have any cooks. I've got a brewer. We'll go with the brewer. Gutville. Oh, there's Gutville. Gutville popped up in the chat. Gutville, you're now getting this shearer who's currently brewing. Gutville. Sackwilt is your last name, which is funny. Got a wilty sack. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has a tendency towards considering ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is stubborn and is slow to anger and tends to think before acting. He prefers to present himself modestly and can handle stress. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this. He dislikes the natural world, and he occasionally overindulges. He talks very quietly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Courtesy of Enterbunny. Personally is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time. He thinks it is of the utmost of importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. He sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and sees competition as reasonably important, and dreams of raising a family. He likes Killenite and... How do you handle storage? Have a lot of it. I think everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress has a different way of handling storage. Anyway, he likes Killenite and Electrum, as well as Shell Opal and Crystal Glass, Giant Chameleon Bone, Warhammers and Anvils, and Spiny Dogfish for their dorsal spines, and the Words of the Golden Gorge, and when possible first consume Bark Scorpion, Flounder, and Papaya Wine, and Peaches, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He has no friends, only acquaintances, and dreams of martial training. Welcome to Zufort. We're now in an ad break, so we'll pause the game. The other thing we'd like to do is I'm gonna just turn this on, see what happens. That's what she said, Lanix. I am a functional adult, I'll have you know. Did you not get fully connected? My God, you didn't. Well, some migrants have arrived, so some things are still functional. Do I not have a Boyer's shop? Must just not have a Boyer's shop. Very few migrants have arrived this year. There's also cave crocodiles fighting with zombies. Probably not the most effective. Actually, you know what I should do? I should lock all of the dwarves in the tavern. Or not in the tavern, in the fort. Turn off this. And then just open the door and let the zombies leave. Because they really want to leave, but they're refusing to leave via, like, the outside or via the caverns. So if I lock them out, what could go wrong, right? Right? I mean, most of them are currently... Uh-oh. That dwarf almost got squished. Okay, so now that that's all locked... I mean, we all know that I'm a child in most ways. Still, mentally is one of them. So of course I'm going to make that joke. And then this opens. Now let's see what the zombies do. I presume they're just going to leave. But let's see. Oh. Oh no. Chad, I figured out why the frame rate's so bad. Stabs the crocodile in the short, but they can't damage the giant or the cave crocodile. So they're just standing in a circle beating the shit out of it with their bows and wooden swords. And unable to do any damage to it. Eventually they'll kill it. Nothing really. I mean, vampires are immortal, so there's that, if you consider that a benefit. You can create an immortal dynasty that lasts for all eternity, I guess, is what you, quote-unquote, can do. Dwarf Fortress is a game about setting personal goals and coming up with ideas to create stories. Not really a game that gives you more mechanical options when you discover something. She hates your people? Well, that's your people's problem, not her problem. You could set her on fire. That would stop her from doing that. Or like, you know, drop a ceiling on her head. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast arrives. This name's Azok Lodirum, a towering quadruped composed of mud. It has 2 narrow tails and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. That could be scary or die immediately, and it's kind of hard to tell, and it's very far away. They keep arriving on the layer that doesn't have all the zombies on it. This is such a waste of the zombies. Your king died raiding to a raiding party, returned and swear they've gone 5+ years or something. They've been gone 5+ years or something. You had trouble turning off auto slab and you got started in a goblin war. Very enjoyable. Good stuff. These zombies seem very easily distracted. I really wish I had a way of burning these zombies. It'd be very convenient if I did. Now that I've done that, I guess I have a way out of this, but... Wait, you actually had, like, multiple mayors vying for election? That doesn't happen very often. Having multiple, like, functional political parties in Dwarf Fortress is a rarity indeed. It's not something you see super frequently. Oh, that's why this is going so slowly. Basically, like, This only has a little diagonal right there, so I need to get rid of that diagonal in order for that to be somewhat sorted out. But what I think I'm actually going to do is just let him go this way. It's going to take dwarves a million years to walk this far. Is that like damn diagonal back at it again with the white fans? Oh, the mayor's office competition video. I kind of wiped that from my brain. It's like, it seemed like a good idea at the time, but then I did it. I'm glad the people who took part enjoyed it, but man. He'll make a DF to see. You know, this is kind of funny, Gutbill. Imagine like walking into a business and being like, "Man, I'm inspired by all the crafts that you make here. I'm gonna make exactly the same ones and do the same thing as you. Do something that's unique to you. Don't do exactly what I do." One, because don't you dare take my business. But two, like, seriously, go do something that's unique. Also, tutorials for Dwarf Fortress aren't the greatest, like, way to grow these days. I've explained that dozens of times on my stream, and I don't need to do that again. It seems like it would be good, but there's better ways to grow. I do hope I can fix the frame rate for this fort a little bit. Been kind of a tough one, frame rate wise. Yeah, no, well, I mean, nobody gets into streaming these days for the right reasons. We kind of talked about that a little bit earlier too, Zavi. Or rather, very few people get into streaming for the right reasons. Oh, I see where I screwed up here. That's the wrong tool. That's the one I wanted. Let's see if this dwarf drowns and dies. If they do, that'll be a pretty badass way to go, honestly. Dying to the lava sea. Of drowning. Wow, that was cool, actually. So I just drained all of this immediately, and it's just flowing out here really quickly. That was really cool. And also a lot of stuff's evaporating really quickly there. Wow, that was neat. Like, that was really neat. Let's also let this flow down this way. This fort's a little laggy, man. If you watched the video that I made on it, you would already know the answer to that question, Toasty Triple Hippie. I don't do that. Usually when I get vampires, I lock them up in their own room and interrogate them a bunch until I discover all the crimes that they do. And then I usually either expel them or I, like, just get rid of them. Vampires are not a fun way to play the game, and I do not recommend you play it that way. I did it that one time for a video, but that's what it is. It's a video. If you watch that video from end to end, you'll see at the end I actually state that I stopped playing that fort, not because I didn't need to play the fort anymore, but because I just didn't have fun with the gimmick. It stopped being fun. It stopped being fun to play. It stopped being entertaining. I would recommend you don't play the game that way. And if you do, realize that it's not fun. I didn't have fun, and I don't recommend it. But aside from that, it's your call, mate. But do realize that I don't recommend you play the game that way. And that I did it because I'm a YouTuber who makes videos, not because it's a fun way to play the game. It's true. I did in fact say that, UGDPY. Stairway to hot, that's for sure. Yeah, mostly because I know how not fun it is to do that. So, you know, I don't recommend it. I do things in Dwarf Fortress to demonstrate that they can be done, not because I'm necessarily encouraging you to try them. It's going to take a long time to get rid of all this water, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Let's do this. I mean, just for clarity, like the reason I ended up making a vampire fort is because chat kept bugging me to do it. Literally, it was like peer pressure is the reason I did it, not because I wanted to. Oh yeah. It made for a good video though, so I guess that's a positive. But there's lots of things that I've said that I really have no desire to do as videos, and I've since made them into videos or done streams where that's the theme of the fort. Because at the end of the day, if people want to see it, they'll make it known that they want to see it. And if people want to see it bad enough, sometimes you just got to do the thing that gets the views, right? And that's really all it is. It's just sometimes you got to do the thing because you know the people will watch it. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's worth doing once, you know? It's like how there's a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that want every fort to turn into a Necromancer fort. I think a Necromancer's fort is fun maybe once every 3 to 10 forts. Rarely do I actually think they're particularly fun. I don't think Necromancers are that exciting, really. Fighting Necromancers can be quite a lot of fun. Playing as Necromancers, I find it just be more annoying than it's worth, usually. How has the vamp video done so far? The last 2 videos I put up, not great, not terrible. They're not doing badly. They're not doing phenomenally. The last video that did well was the Gremlin video. Before that, it was the 10 years of COG video. So it's like kind of 2 don't do super well and then 1 does well. It's doing fine. I'm not really losing sleep over it. It could have done a lot better. I kind of wish it did a lot better, but it didn't, so yeah, that's about it. Gestures at the horde of zombies not being able to kill a cave croc. Yeah, they're kind of like not the brightest bunch, are they? COG video is golden. It's one of the better ones I've done. I'm very happy with the result of it. Like, to be clear, I'm very like happy with the end result of that video. I think it turned out super well. But you know, that is also the problem of having, I don't want to say unrealistic expectations because that's the wrong words to use, but I guess that is the problem to a degree with making content like this is it's really hard to balance the reality versus expectations of like how well a video needs to do versus how well you want a video to do. Basically, like for me, a video hasn't succeeded unless it hit 100,000 views. That's a really, it's not an exact science, but that's a pretty good indicator from the viewer perspective. For you, if you want to know how I feel about a video quickly, just see how many views it has. If it's hit 100,000, I'm probably happy with it. Purely because of the amount of work I have to put into them. But there's other success factors that are not just views and dollars. Each with their own specific goal and dream. That sounds both fun, but also extremely boring. I don't know. I mean, I've made my thoughts clear on my takes on small forts many times. Wow, this is all starting to drain right here. So I need this to flow through. But they're all this is all falling down into here. How about instead of doing that, I do this. Word, enemy. This is about as small as I'm willing to keep a fort. Well, plot is a personal thing. For some people, it's boobies, and for other people, it's story writing. Storytelling. I mean, an example of this is like, Cog is an interesting dwarf to follow, the 10 years in following one dwarf. But it's interesting because there's other dwarves in the fort. I think if it was just one dwarf alone in a fort, I don't think it would have been anywhere near as interesting. I think that fort was interesting because there was other dwarves. Oh shit, this is like straight up no longer draining through here. Where are you going then? Where is this going? It's literally, wow. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh wow, okay. I didn't realize that it was draining that much. Huh. Well, let's go over here. Actually, let's not do any of this. Let's instead go to here. Just do that. Although, actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do that. Naming your starting 7 is a good way to do it. I feel like, this is a weird take. In the last year, I feel like I've gotten a lot worse at following the stories. I feel like for a while there, I was really good at it, and I've gotten worse, and I don't quite know why. I think it might just be like general stress in my life. Like I just haven't been as good at parts of my job lately. But, like, I was a lot better, I think, at following moment-to-moment stories and then recapping them about maybe a year ago. I don't know really quite what's changed, but it's something I would like to get better at again. And to agree, I think I need to get better at again. Well, that's not really what I wanted to have happen there, but oh well. This water is evaporating faster than it is flowing. Which is kind of wild to see, actually. It's also flowing in this way, because it actually got sealed off there. Don't really have an easier way of getting rid of this, but we have an artifact that's starting. It's an animal trainer. Uh-oh. Got a bunch of dwarves that were found dead. Did zombies get into the fort? So there's one undead left. And it seems a bunch of them, or it killed some of my dwarves. Good news is the frame is bad. Back. Bad news is the frame rate's bad, and 3 dwarves have died. Good news is a dwarf is beginning that artifact, but let's kill this zombie. I've been far too focused on what's going on down below. One anvil, 1 copper ore? Why the anvil? That seems too easy. True dwarves deconstruct the wagon, use the wood from that to build a trading depot, and then harvest stuff off of the ground and pray. You're not truly a survivalist dwarf, my friend. Far from it, in fact. Should have opened the front door. So those dwarves that all went and died, those were my migrants. Which actually explains a lot. Like a lot. What's up, Big Bang? All I'm saying is that ain't no minimalist survivalist. You could be doing so much better. Well, all these dwarves heading down to go deal with those zombies, that's for sure. But how you doing, Big Bang? How's your day been? I don't know. I tend to enjoy the big brain endgame stuff a lot more than the early game stuff. I don't know why we're discussing this, like the different ways of people starting games. Like, I'm not sure where this conversation came from, per se, but I guess that I don't like small forts. I think that, like, if it's just... I think all of my playstyle stuff when it comes to Dwarf Fortress comes back to one specific thing. If you are one person playing a video game, you're going to have a very inherently different style of play than me as somebody who is entertaining an audience. I need things that entertain a crowd. And that requires big bombastic happenings. You don't really get that in super small forts, for better or for worse. No, hasn't for a very long time. Toasty. Hauling boulders does, though. Just training dwarves is the most effective way to train, what's the word? Train strength. Like, just tell them to go wrestle. Or, like, give them lead crowns is also an effective way. If you want to train kids in strength, which you actually probably don't want to do, is, Oh, I know where this conversation came from. It came from vampires. If you want, what's the word? To train kids or anybody else in strength, give them lead toys. The Forgotten Beast Oxut has come, and it's probably right where I just told all the dwarves to go, and is a towering feathered earthworm. It has a spiral shell, and it has a bloated body. Its dark peach feathers are downy. Beware its deadly blood. It's, of course, right in my cavern lair, right? Yep, of course it is. Because of course it is! And it's stuck in a tree. And the game's safe. Am I qualified to be a lifeguard? No. I finished the prereqs to become a lifeguard, though. I finished Bronze Medallion. Why? I needed to finish Bronze Cross to be able to become a lifeguard. So I did all of the training, and I had all of the first aid training. I just never went through the process of actually becoming a lifeguard because they wouldn't have hired me. Because my eyes are too bad, and oddly enough, to be a lifeguard, you need to have good eyesight. I feel like the giant hallway of random coffins is the one I usually end up with. I start off making interesting crypts, but they usually just become a giant hallway full of coffins. Where did the question come from, Rydern? Because I know I've talked about that before. It has to have come from one of my VODs. Like me mentioning in the past. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, yeah? I will pause the game when the ads start, when it's done saving. Can't quite remember. Okay, well, yeah, no, I finished the prereqs to become a lifeguard, but never actually became a lifeguard. Which basically just means I was really good at swimming at one point. But that was a while ago, admittedly. One of my thoughts. I have many of those. Fortunately or unfortunately. Well, the peasant has been found dead. Should leave game paused. Because we are now waiting on the ads to finish. So that I can fight the beast. And hopefully it goes good. Oh man, the stats on the news video from today are kind of funny. I gained 2 subscribers, lost 2 subscribers, gained 1 subscriber, lost 1 subscriber, gained 3 subscribers, lost 4 subscribers, and now I've gained 6 total. So I regained, basically I've gained 10, so I like gained back all of the ones that I lost plus some. That's kind of funny. YouTube is funny like that, isn't it? Also like this comment I got on a short earlier today from somebody. They say, I do not know what this game is, but it looks roughly like something I'm going to find and binge watch hour-long videos of. Well, I've got good news. Oh, it was from one of my VODs. Right. Was that a voice to text? That kind of reads like voice to text. All right, we should be pretty much done with the ads now. I think we got another one, Big Baza. Where are these squatties? There are these squatties. I mean, it's certainly not it's certainly a like they get it even if they don't get it yet. You know what I mean? They get it even if they don't get it. Oh yeah, Twitch added a feature that I'm really happy about, which is kind of cool. On Twitch now we can trigger sales on subs. So we can just enable those 35% discounts up to 7 times a year. I don't know why 7 specifically, but... which is kind of cool. So I'll definitely have to do 1 or 2 of those a year. Yeah, I run into that as well, Neezer. I mean, a lot of my goals are set by chat. I think the real issue is, I think, like, when you start off a fort, you should start off just focusing on the story and then let the goals come naturally. Versus, like, at least for me, I think that's what works better for me. Probably so that folks don't do, like, 71-hour sales. Oh, totally. So chaos is happening down here because there is a forgotten beast. What are we fighting with? Are they trying to climb? So these dwarves are just like killing themselves, basically. What is... So they're trying to jump into this tree and failing, like, massively, and then injuring themselves trying to get to this beast. That might be one of the most unique dwarven behaviors I've ever seen. Huh. And, like, they can't run away because they see it. And, like, they run up here, they see it, and they go, ah, and then they try and jump away. And then they land on the ground and they go splat. And they're stuck in a perfect circle. Okay, well, they're out of there now. So I'm gonna put them back on duty. Huh. I mean, I've definitely seen dwarves, like, jump off walls and stuff before, but... Dwarves don't actually, like, have the ability to commit suicide outside of, like, going insane. Which I think is a good thing, personally. Like, generally, I do honestly think that's a good thing. There isn't any, right, Ern? It's all player manufactured. So to get things like serial killers, you have to have dwarves that are really, really upset, and then you have to be bad at the game, and then not, what's the word? And then not, or go out of your way to not, like, deal with the dwarves that die. And let them just, like, go overboard insane. Like, that. It requires massive negligence and lack of knowledge of how the game actually works. So it's to the point where, like, stuff like that is both hard and unpleasant for me to do because, one, I have to play the game in a way I don't like playing it, and two, I have to force myself to make mistakes. Which, I mean, go watch my Ghosts video, which was my biggest failure of a video that I've ever made. Or I guess even COG. COG kind of kills things. Not really. But serial killers aren't really a mechanic in the game. Like, there's vampires, but that's... So I've covered vampires, I've covered necromancers, I've covered ghosts. What do you just want someone to get really mad and tantrum and kill a bunch of people? Yeah, that doesn't seem fun to me. That seems like a really poorly designed fort, actually. Well, I mean, like, there's, like, dwarves can, like, basically go on hunger strike, but that's the extent of it. I don't give a fuck if YouTube demonetizes the VOD if you say suicide. And also, that's not anywhere near as prolific as you think it is. Although, I can't say the word D-I-K-E. I can't say that word. It rhymes with pike. Got a video that was made un-okay to be monetized once because of saying that word. So, like, I don't know what the, like, anybody who's Dutch does on YouTube these days, but, like, you know. I even, like, requested, like, review, and they denied it. Like, literally 10 years ago. Fucking long-ass time ago, Toasty. No, Pump stopped training strength, I think, in version 47. You've seen a post about it 3 years ago? I noticed it longer than that ago. It doesn't train strength. I don't know if it trains stamina. It might train stamina, but it doesn't train strength. I can't say that man's name, Salvi. That man can't say that man's name. YouTube doesn't understand context. If it understood context, it wouldn't have nuked me. I was talking about the name of a character in a game and reading their description. Like, if it understood context, I wouldn't have had a problem. The whole problem is it doesn't understand context. All right, chat. I have a splitting headache and I need a nap. It's good to be back. It really is. I was planning on streaming for another hour today, but I should probably just end. I'm going to get cranky if I keep streaming. It is a slur. Okay, so DYKE is a slur referring to a lady who likes other ladies. DIKE is a big pile of dirt, hold water back. I was referring to that one when I was talking about it. So yeah, chat, I'm going to call it because I have a headache, and yeah, when I have a headache and, you know, kind of ruins your day, you know? You know that feel? So I will be back Tuesday. I will work on stuff over the weekend for the YouTube. I'm going to, I hope so too. I don't need you to wish that I get better. God, that should be a give it. Anyway, when I express upset, I don't need sympathy. I don't need your sympathy. Just say thanks for the stream, mate. That's all that I want from you. You know, just say thanks for the stream. Just move on. Just move on. It's not hard about it. Anyway, no, it's good to be back, chat. We'll be back on Tuesday. I will be working on stuff over the weekend for the YouTube channel. I've started one video and I'm working on another one as well. So there's 2 videos in the works.
Yeet.
Hopefully those will get done in a reasonable amount of time. And it won't be like 3 months like the vampire video. That video of work took so long. I restarted that thing so many times. But yeah. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now, but Twitch chat, we're going to go raid somebody. I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream first. Actually, before I shut you guys down, I just want to state that I'm going to disappear for a second and then reappear. Don't go anywhere. All right. So we're in summer. Summer's slow season for me. I think what we're going to do is we're going to kind of cut back the length of the streams a little bit until basically the end of summer. Thanks for the $10, Devil Dawn. Appreciate you. That's the first notification of money in, well,
cheered.
57 minutes. Appreciate you.
Thank you for the stream.
Means a lot. We're going to do a thing over the rest of the summer, which is I'm going to cut back the length of the streams a little bit. I've been pretty committed on like the 8 to 10 hour length of stream. I think for the remainder of summer, we're going to cut it down to 8, but consistently stream on the Fridays. So more days of the week, but slightly less hours. And I'm just going to be focusing a little bit more on the editing side of things. So basically, like, instead of streaming about 40 hours a week, I'm going to cut it back to about 32 so I can put 8 hours into the YouTube side of things per week and not burn myself out like I have a couple of times already this year. And keep an eye on the blog for things on the blog. And when things start to pick up, when either the next patch hits or, October rolls around and kids are back in school. I guess that's September, not October, but it's usually October that things start to pick up again for me.